So I think we continue with the tradition and then give the applause until the speaker gets to the stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the directors of proceedings, Your Excellency, the President, First Gentleman, Vice President, Right Honorable Prime Minister, Director General, Honorable Ministers. Let me stand on the protocol observed. We've got leaders from the private sector. I'm excited to be here, and Your Excellency, I was saying, I heard Your Excellency yesterday very well, and I know many Namibians heard you. They just missed one message. Today is green. That was the message. Today the dress code is green. That is what we were all supposed to be dressed on. I don't know which WhatsApp group you all were on, but definitely I am on the right WhatsApp group. Okay, so I see there is there is one or two other people that got it, but there is definitely many people that are not on the right WhatsApp group. So please join the correct WhatsApp group so that you do not miss those real messages. I'm excited today. Many, many years ago, I met a Namibian who would become my professional mentor. His name is Davi Furi. He's the guy who recruited me to Coopers and Librand then, and I met him when I was in my second year of university, and I applied for holiday work at Coopers and Librand, and he was a partner then, and he gave me an interview. And that was the beginning of a long journey. One thing he brought me into was something he used to call the Namibian dream. And his Namibian dream is a dream of public and private sector, and he used to bring in the church, holding hands and taking Namibia forward. And that is what I experienced yesterday, and I believe that is what I'm looking forward to experiencing today, the Namibian dream. So, Your Excellency, I'm here standing, and I think that my work in the public sector is done, because this is the day that I was looking for many years, when we are hearing each other, when we see each other's heart, that we love Namibia, all of us, we have the best for Namibia, we just need to believe it about each other. And I believe from yesterday we experienced that we are believing it about each other, that we want what is best for this country. Thank you very much for all of you. So I don't have a zillion minutes, so I will try to make it very, very short. Your Excellency's statement is, we are too few to be poor. And somebody said yesterday something. I said, my own statement has been, our socioeconomic challenges are self-inflicted. And I say that because Namibia has got all the ingredients to solve these problems. It's about making that recipe. How much of what do we need? And I believe the brains that we need were in this room yesterday. I know that there's many, many other brains of Namibians that are not here, that will contribute and that are contributing. But if we come together, we will solve the socio-economic challenges that face Namibia. Your Excellency, yesterday you were sharing a message saying, I need to get things done. And then if I move, people will accuse me that I'm micromanaging. And yes, sometimes we need to micromanage in order things to work. There is sometimes things when people, for example, in the public sector, when they don't like something, they just decide, I will sit on this for the next 5 years. Or they decide something else. But also that is not the whole story. There are many, many public servants out there who want to make Namibia a better place. And I have met them, and I have experienced them, and when you convince them this is the right thing to do, this is what it will move, they come to the table. And yes, there are many private sector people. The working groups that we have had, it's about bringing them together and seeing that we can form teams that will make a difference in Namibia. So my takeaways from yesterday, it's that there's a few things that we need to address, and I know that we will capture those ones throughout the day, but we need to break the silos. We need to break the hierarchical mentalities. You are not supposed to talk to me, and where are you coming from, and who, those mentalities. We need to focus on getting things done. I don't know who said it yesterday. It's about getting things done. Done fast because we don't have time. That is the one thing we don't have. It is time. Namibians cannot wait anymore while we meet and talk. We don't have time. We need to solve these socioeconomic challenges today. And I'm so glad that we have got a president who believes that. I have told the people that I don't know the president very well, but for the few minutes, the few times that I have met her, I believe that is the right person. We need to steer this ship. We need somebody who's got the resolve, somebody who will take action. And yes, we need to give her our support, and we need to give her the tools. Maybe, I don't know what executive decisions or orders our constitutions allow, but those are some of the things that we need to allow our president to do in order to get things moving. So, today is the day for discussing cutting cross issues. Yesterday we focused on sectors. Today we are going to look at things that cut cross sectors. And my favorite topic that we are going to discuss today is skills. And it is because when you talk about apprenticeship, I'm a product of apprenticeship. The formula that we use to train chartered accountants, it's about technical skills, and it's about leadership and what we call professional skills. And yes, many times we emphasize technical skills, but the skills of planning, coordinating, controlling, that skills and the soft skills, we don't emphasize it. But that is the biggest skill that we need in this country in order to make things work. So I'm looking forward to today's discussion. Maybe to touch on one or two things that may not be on those cross-cutting matters that were raised yesterday. One is market access. Market access, we can produce as much as we want. If we are not opening up markets for those goods, that is actually what is standing in the way of many of our businesses in Namibia. We are 3 million people, but number one, just accessing our own market is a challenge. And then we need to access international market. So my passion is actually market access. And there's a concept that we discussed a few years ago at NIPTV that I'm never going to call, is the idea of Ostora, where if I want Namibian products, where do I go? Because they are here and they are many, and we cannot find them in the maze of all the other products that are in the shops of Namibia. If I want Fat Cook, why must I drive to somewhere? Why is Fat Cook not finding me? Yes. So, how many of you work in the row of a shop? I've got a sweet tooth, and they have made sure in the shop I always buy sweet. Why? Because on your way to the teller, they have got all these sweets so that it finds you. But Namibian goods are not finding us. So everything that we need of Namibian goods, how do we bring it to find us so that we can buy it? So market access of Namibian goods in our market first, and then yes, taking it internationally. Second one, it's about regulation, but it's not even about the policy. It's about our attitude. Somebody said it yesterday. Can we say, we as regulators, we are enablers. We are not so much as we are doing more the work of doorkeeping than enabling. How do we enable business? Saying you don't meet, okay, how do I meet? How do we work? If there is a Namibian factory, if there is a Namibian product that is not meeting the criteria, do we need to shame them, or do we need to say, how do we support this one to meet our expectations? We need to find solutions for Namibian products and Namibian businesses. And the regulators, Your Excellency, we need the regulators on board. The third one is policy. I think it has been said, we are not going to discuss it as a cross-cutting matter today. It was discussed yesterday. Old policies, 1947 law. The world has changed significantly, but we have got a law that says, in 1947, 1947, I don't know how many people in this room were born. That is the law that we are applying. Is it fit for purpose? So, two more things, Your Excellency. Visas. How do we allow the right people into Namibia? Our visa, sometimes the approach is keep people out of Namibia, and there are people that we need to keep out of Namibia. But how do we allow the right people into Namibia? How do we keep the unwanted people? Because the challenge is the unwanted people, they will find a way to get in. The ones that we need, they are not going to continue begging us. And there is one visa that we need to look at. It's called investor. Your Excellency, to be in Namibia at this stage, the way we have the law, it's about 4 or 5. You are only in Namibia because, one, you are a citizen, or you've got a permanent resident permit, or you have got an employment permit, or you are related to somebody who's got an employment permit, or you are visiting and you are only allowed 90 days. Now, we want investors. And I said, okay, I want an investor. What do we give them? There is no allowance for that one. Okay, can we give them a permanent residence permit if they are investing so much? No, they must first assimilate. Okay, how do we assimilate them? We give them a 2-year work permit. But 2 years, I cannot attract them to Namibia. They need longer. And if you give them 2 years, how much guarantee do they have that they will get it renewed? And if it is 2 years, then you say, okay, fine, let's settle for employment permit. How does it work? Okay, what's the position advertised? Where is your qualification? Did you register for tax? The questions become many. The investors say, you know what? I will take my money to Botswana. Your Excellency, the last one is skills that I think I have focused on. Especially in the public sector, we are not focusing on building soft skills. We need to have a budget for soft skills in the public sector. I think I have said too much. Your Excellency, thank you for being with us. I think they wanted me to show something. Oh, yeah. Okay. What they wanted me to show is here at the end. It is the working group. No, sorry. That one is for yesterday, so we can leave it for today. We have got 5 working groups today, and they are cut across sectors, and those are the working groups that we are going to talk today. And it's about value addition, it's about skills, it's about entrepreneurship. Which other 2 am I leaving out? It's about funding and financing and finding money for our projects, and it's about infrastructure. Those are the topics for today. I'm looking forward to an exciting conversation, and yes, I'm very, very passionate about this country, and when you get me started, I won't finish. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
No, everybody gets equal treatment, even the host. Must finish on time and then give room so we can move along. Nonetheless, another round of applause for Menangula. I just want to go through one or two house rules before we start engaging, of course, in the conversations for this morning. Just a reminder once again for everybody, please keep the phones on silent. I know that many of you here run very, very serious businesses, responsible for serious offices, but let's give the time. It only happens once a year. It's the inaugural one, so let's pay attention and, of course, be as efficient as we were yesterday in terms of our engagement. Again, I'll also point out, I'm very, very happy with the turnout. Everybody seemed to be on time this morning, so it seems like the message from yesterday drove home. And I think if we in this room are able to set that example, it should be easier for Joanna, who's at the University of Namibia, to be able to follow that example. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for us to get into our first major conversation for the day, a session that truly embodies the theme of the forum, from vision to action, delivering on Namibia's jobs agenda. Because as Nobel laureate Amartya Sen once said, development is freedom. And true freedom really is a job that provides dignity and quality of life for many Namibians, as guaranteed in the Constitution of this Republic in Article 8. This session will begin with a presentation by Dr. Johannes Kavagab, Governor of the Bank of Namibia, and then, of course, one of the stars of economic intelligence in our country, Salomo Hay, the Managing Director of High Economic Intelligence, will be moderating a panel discussion on that. Again, the rules of engagement are very clear. For the panel discussion, the Q&A, everybody will just get a chance to ask one question or comment. Keep it under 30 seconds. Please do not brainstorm on the mic. Have your thoughts together before you get there, and let's have a full and productive engagement for this morning. Please give a warm round of applause to the Honorable Governor.
Your Excellency, Dr. Ntumbunan Daitwa, President of the Republic of Namibia, First Gentleman, Retired General Daitwa, Ms. Lucia Westboy, Vice President of the Republic, Right Honorable Prime Minister Ngurare, Honorable Ministers, Captains of Industry, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a privilege to address you at this inaugural Namibia Public-Private Forum, a platform that I envisage as an opportunity for recalibrating Namibia's growth model and reimagining the social contract between the state, enterprise, and citizens. Our nation's fundamentals are strong. We are anchored in macroeconomic and political stability. We are endowed with abundant natural resources, and we are guided by a leadership with clear vision for inclusive prosperity. I've been invited to give a 10-minute scene setter for the panel discussion on delivering on Namibia's job agenda. But before I proceed, Madam President, allow me to pause and pay tribute to your steadfast and visionary leadership. Your tireless commitment to moving Namibia forward, not through rhetoric, but through resolute action, continues to inspire confidence across every sector of society. Your Excellency, your compelling call to lift Namibians out of poverty and to ensure that growth is inclusive resonates not only as a moral imperative, but as a strategic foundation for sustainable, long-term economic resilience. Every time I listen to you, yesterday, if you were in the room, if you have missed that, you could see the energy, you could see the passion. There's really a genuine desire to make this country great. So if we don't implement and execute, we have failed the president. The president has done what leaders do. Leaders are telling us where we need to go. And the president clearly spelled out where we need to go just today. So it's incumbent upon us to go and implement. The central question before us, the proverbial elephant in the room, is how Namibia will deliver on the target of 500,000 quality and sustainable jobs in the next 5 years. This goal is an economic necessity and a societal responsibility. Fortunately, our nation's enduring macroeconomic and political stability provides a critical foundation for us upon which this transformative agenda can be achieved. Just think about if we didn't have political stability. Think about if we didn't have macroeconomic stability. To start a business where interest rates are 30% or where people are fighting each other to do this type of thing. So we take those for granted, but we've got a very strong foundation on which we can do what we set out to do. Allow me now to begin with the progress we have made in delivering economic stability as the basis and foundation for supporting employment creation. Our economic performance in recent years gives cause for both caution and optimism. Growth rebounded strongly after the pandemic, reaching 5.4% in 2022, a robust recovery by any measure. Yet, as in the case of many other developing countries, this has been growth without concomitant employment and reflects productivity gaps, skills matches, and limited value addition. Real GDP per capita has increased by a modest 3% in 5 years, an indication that the benefits of growth remain unevenly distributed. Nevertheless, the economy's fundamentals, our stable inflation, a credible monetary framework, and sound macroeconomic management provide a strong base for our reform and to create jobs for our people. Looking ahead, Namibia's real GDP growth is expected to moderate to 3.3% in 2025, slightly below the 3.7% we had in 2024. And that moderation is driven largely by global demand weakness, climatic pressures, in livestock in particular, and continued softness in the diamond mining and manufacturing. Growth is expected to rebound to about 3.9% in 2026. Now, inflation remains well contained, averaging about 3.6% for the first 8 months of this year. It's down from 4.6% the same period. So first 8 months of 2024, we had inflation at 4.8. Now it's down to 3.6. So it's well contained. And also the medium outlook for inflation for 25 and 26 is well contained. So we can really build our employment aspirations on that. In this context, the most effective contribution the Bank of Namibia can make to enhancing national competitiveness is to preserve low and stable inflation, thereby anchoring macroeconomic stability and creating the predictable environment necessary for sustainable investment and long-term jobs. We must confront an inconvenient truth. Macroeconomic stability, while necessary, is not sufficient. This is clearly illustrated by our labor market. What has happened since 2016? Private sector jobs growth stalled in Namibia, with key sectors like construction, manufacturing, fishing shedding jobs. The burden of employment has shifted to an unsustainable public sector wage bill and the informal economy. You'll be surprised that actually from the private sector we have stalled in terms of jobs. The government has become the source of employment in our country. The informal sector has become the main source of employment in our country. It's very interesting, but that is a very unsustainable situation if you look at the wage bill that we have got in the country. This imbalance now strains the national budget, necessitating measures like the temporary personnel freeze, where the Office of the Prime Minister said we're going to freeze jobs till March next year. It's becoming unsustainable. We need to live within our means. So that is, from a macroeconomic management, the right thing the country is doing. And we also need to accommodate the people we need to accommodate. Otherwise, we have got other challenges that we have got. So what we need to do is good to have this private sector. It's always good to say the government is not doing this and that. But we as a private sector, we've stalled jobs from 2016. So we need to ask ourselves what's happening in the private sector that we are not coming to the table as well. Given this reality, the challenge before us is therefore to translate our stability into real broad-based opportunity. Growth that translates into real GDP output, that's what is required, as this translates into driving demand for labor. What's the drivers of transformation that we all know that's well established? If you need to really transform economies so that we can grow, we need investment in productive, job-rich sectors, particularly those that link to both regional and global value chains. We need business and consumer confidence. We need a truly enabling regulatory environment. We need innovation and technology adoption. Therefore, as the President said yesterday, private sector should reorient production and markets towards regional and global opportunities rather than focusing exclusively on the domestic market, thereby realizing the benefits of diversification, realizing the benefits of economies of scale. The balance between regulation and innovation will define Namibia's next growth frontier. Our current regulatory frameworks, rooted in vertical mandates, were designed for a world of discrete sectors and slow technological change. But today's economy is horizontal, it's interconnected. Finance intersects technology, energy intersects environment, data intersects governance. To address this, the Bank of Namibia, alongside 9 other regulators, 2 days ago established the Namibia Regulators Forum to institutionalize smart regulation. I must provide a primary here that simplifying regulation does not mean weakening safeguards. It means reducing unnecessary burdens while protecting the integrity of our industries and promoting investment, innovation, and global competitiveness. So what do we want to achieve with this? We need to find a modus vivendi between regulatory compliance on the one hand, on the other hand, how do we reduce the burden to our businesses? The cost of doing business, how do we reduce that? So clearly there's a need for that. And some businesses have to engage 3 or 4 regulators at the same time. And it's not working for the businesses. We cannot create jobs if we do that. That's why we have started this forum for regulators where we can coordinate efforts and help our country to move forward. At the heart of this discussion lies a deeper truth. Our labor market challenge is fundamentally structural, not cyclical. So we must also be future-oriented. Namibia is experiencing a rapid shift from rural to urban areas. Just today we've seen the figures from Mr. Mugunda that urbanization was 28% when we became independent. Now it's about 55%. The World Bank study is telling us, come 2015, if the current trend continues, urbanization will be a massive 72%. So 72% of Namibians, if the current trend continues, will be living in urban areas, move away from urban areas. And the reason, according to that study, is because of lack of infrastructure, lack of economic opportunities for the young people that we have, lack of housing that we have got in those areas. So people are basically telling us, if you don't invest in the rural areas, we all are going to go where there are opportunities. Our elders can stay where they are, but the young people are very mobile and they are looking for opportunities. So the labor market of the future will be shaped by structural transformation. It will be shaped by digitalization and green transition. We therefore need a dual strategy that addresses both immediate employment gaps and long-term skills mismatches. We can conceptualize this challenge across 3 categories. If you look at jobs, we not only create jobs for the people that are unemployed today, we need to start thinking about what jobs will be there in 10, 15 years, and how do we prepare. To do that, we can probably think conceptually about 3 groups. That's firstly, jobs in immediate demand. Those are immediately, we need artisans, We need technicians, we need care workers who sustain our current economic base. We need teachers, we need nurses, we need doctors. Jobs of the emerging economy. We need data analysts, we need cybersecurity specialists, we need energy, environmental engineers who drive future competitiveness. But people in certain jobs should also start thinking that certain jobs are going to die a natural death. People that are doing administrative work, if you're a clerk, if you're a personal assistant, if you're a data capturer, if you're a bank teller, those jobs are going to die. So we should not be surprised if those jobs come and go. As for this over 600,000 underskilled Namibians, the answer is not simply retraining. It is creating accessible modular pathways into new industries. Through vocational upskilling, digital learning platforms, and public-private training partnerships, this is the foundation of an adaptive economy capable of evolving with technological change. There are promising frontiers. Sectorally, Namibia possesses multiple engines of scalable job creation. Agriculture, through agro-industrialization, can absorb labor. The charcoal and biomass industries, if integrated in circular economy models, can become a source of sustainable export revenue and rural employment. And tourism, repositioned towards experiential models, can capture higher value. Each sector offers a distinct convergence between growth, inclusion, and sustainability. Returning to the central question is, how do we translate vision into tangible action to generate decent jobs for Namibia? Firstly, as policymakers, our mandate is to craft growth-enabling policies. For the Bank of Namibia, our specific responsibility is to safeguard macroeconomic stability, the essential foundation that allows Namibia's economy to expand and sustainably support job creation. Secondly, we need to invest in public infrastructure. If we need to create jobs, if we need to industrialize, we cannot do it without water, we cannot do it without electricity. Just today, we heard about water availability constraining productivity in both the mining and agricultural sector, alongside persistent gaps in electricity, energy, transport, and logistics. No country has industrialized without addressing infrastructure needs. So the Bank of Namibia in 2014 did a study about our infrastructure funding gap. So we are busy updating that study, but if you just take the 150 billion infrastructure gap that we had as a country in 2014 to where we are now, we roughly have got about 222 billion Namibia dollars of, on a net basis, funding gap in the country. So, strategic investments in energy, water, transport, and digital infrastructure will generate the highest employment multipliers, creating multiple jobs for every dollar invested across the value chains. Also, our monopolies and utilities need a clear rethink if we are to drive the cost of water and energy down to comparable SADC levels. We have heard over the past 2 days, our water and our electricity is too expensive, and we need to drive it down if we need to become competitive. Madam President, your call to explore modular nuclear technology deserves emphasis. That's the right time that you gave us that marching orders just today. The global transition to clean baseload energy presents an opportunity for Namibia to position itself as both a raw material supplier as well as a regional energy hub. Modular nuclear reactors have become quite scalable now. It has become, technology has caught up, it's become cost effective. If you go for the big reactors, you're probably not going to get that, but the modular ones will be able to provide the base load and to prepare the country for that. That was vision at the right moment, Madam President. Thirdly, equally vital is digital infrastructure, the infrastructure of the 21st century. Digitalization enhances productivity, connects rural and urban economies, and integrates SMEs into global markets. Yet our progress is often constrained by limited data availability and fragmented information systems, which hinder evidence-based decision-making and slow the pace of innovation. Strengthening our national data ecosystem must therefore go hand in hand with our investment in digital infrastructure. The instant payment system that the Bank of Namibia is going to launch soon stands as a cornerstone of this digital architecture. That's a public good, enabler of financial inclusion and an accelerator of commerce. It exemplifies how central banks can serve as catalysts for innovation, not merely as regulators. Fourth, when we speak of the informal sector in Namibia, we must extend the conversation to the informality of land and housing. Madam President, I would like to make a bold call. You ask us to make bold calls. The Namibians living in informal housing, they are not going to disappear. They're not going to go away tomorrow, whether we like it or not. Enduring hardship without access to basic services or a dignified life will remain, those people will remain trapped unless we act decisively. Let us consider donating or releasing the land on which informal settlements sit so that it can be serviced, titled, and integrated into our formal economy. Give the people in those informal settlements, some people call them shacks, some people call them names that are not, give them that piece of land and said, build yourself a house. They can transition into other affordable housing, other informal systems, because they are not going to disappear now, and they're going to continue to suffer. Secure land transforms lives, it opens access to public services, provides collateral for investment, and gives families the confidence to build homes and businesses. It secures tenure and restores their dignity. Then we need to finance all these things that we are talking about. We need funding for this. And the message that I want to land is, to start off by expecting the government to fund all these good things is going to be a non-starter. We are not going to get it right, because we don't have that fiscal space where we are as a nation. All this ambition requires innovative financing. None of this can be financed by the public balance sheet alone. Fiscal constraints are real, and not every funding need should fall on the government's budget. The path forward lies in blended finance, where public, private, and development partners work hand in hand. Equally important, we must mobilize and attract greater domestic and foreign investment. We cannot do it alone. We need domestic and foreign investment to get out of this. And we are net exporter of capital. That's, while we need capital, we take capital out and we invest in other places. The capital we seek abroad also exists in Namibia, in our pension funds, in our insurance markets, and corporate balance sheets. So in some countries, private sector corporate balance sheets are deployed for the benefit of the country. And we need to ask the private sector, to what extent do we really deploy the private sector balance sheet for the benefit of the country? Or are we just taking profits and we don't think about deploying that capital? If you're a private company, there are big balance sheets that are sitting in this room. And we need to ask, those balance sheets, are you just taking profits, or are you also saying, wait a minute, if it is wall of Namibia, it's wall of my business. So I need to start deploying the capital that I've got also in this country to create jobs for the country. There is no reason why local authorities, for this urbanization, it has got very strong ramifications politically, economically, and socially. We need to start investing into local authorities. And we need to get our local authorities to work. In some countries, local authorities have got assets, and they started borrowing with the control by the Ministry of Finance on the basis of the balance sheet that they have got. So we need to think about innovatively how we can get local authorities to use the assets that they have got in a controlled manner through the Ministry of Finance to create jobs and services for the people in the country. The biggest win for us as a country is service delivery in our local authorities. If we can get that right, we're going to stop urbanization, we're going to deal with the needs of the people that are in rural areas in our small towns. Finally, my call to this room is the sentiments shared during yesterday's engagements echoed a strong and a genuine willingness across the room, a recognition that we are united by purpose and ready to act. We have got our challenges, but they are saying, if you're in a hole, don't stop digging, stop blaming. We have got our challenges. What we need to do is now, let's unite, as the President asked us just today, and see how best can we get out of this to create jobs for our people. As the head of state reminded us, it is time to review our policies, time to refine those that no longer serve us, and to realign our national compass towards results to truly uplift our people. We need to touch the lives of our people. That's what the President's marching order is. To move from dialogue to action, we must focus on the 4 Ds of execution. Our biggest challenge is execution, implementation. Let's start to act. Let's start to do that. The economy has grown, yet job creation has not kept pace. Growth without jobs is growth without justice. And so, as we turn to the panel for this debate, let us confront the question that defines the moment. Moderate the panelists. How will we create 500,000 decent and sustainable jobs? Not in theory, but in practice. It's over to you. I thank you for listening.
Infrastructure, inclusion, and innovative finance. Thank you, Governor, for landing that message. I now invite Mr. Solomon Hay, the Managing Director of High Economic Intelligence, to the stage. Mr. Hay will serve as the moderator for our next panel discussion. This panel will focus on delivering on Namibia's job agenda. Welcome, Mr. Hay.
I understand the clap came very late, but it's okay. Your Excellency, I think at least I've got, I'm in the right WhatsApp group, so the green is intact. Your Excellency, I'm also reliably informed that outside of the brave warriors, you also have a very soft spot for a shoke chula chula. In my other head, I'm a chairperson of African Stars, and Madam Gainkos will tell you that in the unlikely event that Chula Chula beat African Stars, I don't go to the after parties. Your Excellency, the President of our beloved Republic, Netumbo Ndaitwa, First Gentleman, retired Lieutenant General Denga Ndaitwa, Vice President of our Republic, Madam Lucia Witbooi, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Elia Jagurare, the ministers in attendance, and captains of industry, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished Namibians. Dr. Governor, thank you so much for that interlude. And like you said, that if you can't measure it, Honorable Excellency, you have not done it. You must be able to measure it. The structure of the Namibian economy has not changed since the 1980s. When I say structure, I'm saying the share of the different sectors in terms of contribution to GDP. The primary sector, which is essentially our extractive sector, in 1980 contributed share to GDP around 30%. Currently, it has actually become smaller, it contributes 19%. Secondary sector, in 1980 contributed its share to GDP around 20%, and currently it has actually become smaller to around 14%. Now the reality is that, Her Excellency, that the secondary sector and the productive jobs that the governor spoke about will come from the secondary sector. The tertiary sector has grown, has become bigger. From 1980, it was around 40, and currently it stands at 60%. Excellency, our country do not have a growth problem. In our 24 years of existence, we only had 4 years of contractions. One was around 1990, early 90s. The second one was 2017 during the drought and the sort of collapse of the uranium prices. The other 2 years was during COVID. So, Excellency, we don't have necessarily a growth problem. We have a growth that is not inclusive. So we need to create, and this is what creates the inequality. Further to this is that the secondary sector, which also includes the construction sector, what we have recently learned from the medium-term budget is that our development budget has become now smaller than our debt servicing cost. And that is the sector that will essentially create jobs. It will come from the development budget. And that does not augur well, Her Excellency, for the job creation initiatives of the 500,000 jobs. So, again, I'm not saying it's got to do with the size of the debt. My issue is really about the direction of the debt. Where is that going towards? Is it going to the productive side of the economy, or to which side of the economy is that going? Because that gives you the ability to be able to repay the debt. Further to this, the last labor force survey that we had, Her Excellency, was in 2018. We have a labor force report from the Population, Household and Census Survey. The point I'm making is that for us to be able to understand how we're moving on the job initiative, we need to have labor force surveys more regularly. There needs to be funding towards that area of work. And South Africa produces quarterly labor surveys. Us, with our 3 million population, we should be able to do that even in a much quicker frequency. The current unemployment from the labor force report is that unemployment stands at around 36% in terms of its narrow definition. Youth unemployment is much higher at 44%. Now, when you want to enact policy intervention to address the unemployment, you need to look at the broad definition, because those that have given up in terms of looking for jobs, the moment the job becomes available, they will take it. So that figure stands at almost 55% of unemployment, which is an extremely difficult metric. FDI, Her Excellency, have flown to our country. The reality is that the FDI that has flown has been around capital-intensive sectors. But yesterday we had the mining through Irvin Simata, who spoke about the policy certainty, Her Excellency. Policy certainty in terms of what are Namibians signing up for, what are the oil majors signing up for, and what exactly are the investors signing up for. We cannot keep investors mid-air. Investors need to take off, or they need to land. And that will come through policy certainty. Are we going left? Are we going right? Again, I think there's $3 billion USD that Irvin Simata spoke about in the mining sector, which directly linked to the manufacturing sector, where the high-quality jobs of productive activity will come from. That's the zinc processing and enhanced processing capacity. That's money that needs to come into the country, into the economy, to be able to create the jobs. But due to the policy uncertainty, Her Excellency, those funds have not been deployed. Again, the secondary sector is the sector where you would want to see the special economic zones, and that needs to become a matter of policy priority. Where the secondary sector has achieved successes, and I'll have a distinguished Namibian to be part of my panel, Mr. Sven Tim, is where the NBL has shown us that the manufacturing side has created a lot of jobs and is able to create the necessary employment and putting personal disposable income into households. In terms of the arts and entertainment and recreation, Honorable Your Excellency, we had around just over 2,000 people. Yeah. So with that said, I would like to call upon my panelists. First is the Honorable Minister of Justice and Labor, Honorable Wise Emmanuel, to please come to the podium. The Acting Secretary General of the Namibia Employers Federation, Madam Helen Ox. The distinguished Namibian I spoke about, Mr. Sven Thiemer, Executive Chairperson and CEO of the ONL Group. Sorry, Honorable, I don't want to keep you standing. The second one, Madam Ox. Yes. And then the fourth and final panelist, Dr. Christian Chingoro, Deputy Resident Representative from the UNDP. The UNDP celebrated 80 years in existence yesterday, so please give them another round of applause. Thank you so much. So to get right into it, in terms of the 500,000 jobs that Her Excellency that we as a country have to help Her Excellency create. Honorable Minister, thank you so much for the opportunity to have you on this panel. And I'll start right with you. How is the ministry aligning labor policies with the goals of NDP 6 and our President's vision to reduce unemployment, particularly among the youth and marginalized, and also through creating an avenue through the creative industry?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Hay. I think from the onset, I would like to indicate that as we engage, but of course, I acknowledge the presence of the President, Her Excellency, as well as the First Gentleman, the Vice President, and the Right Honorable Prime Minister, and all the other cabinet ministers present here, as well as the former First Lady, and everybody that is joining us this morning. I was on the margin of saying that as we engage in this very important yet opportune conversation, we must be cognizant of the fact that our efforts to create, decent and sustainable job can only be meaningful, correct, upright, and decisive if it's anchored in a just and robust laws or legislations or regulatory framework. Now, for us to create decent job, we must therefore make sure that first and foremost, our legal system is supportive, toward that aspiration. Now, it is indisputable that the Ministry of Justice and Labor Relations, it is the guardian of labor legislations. Now, if one has regard to NDP 6, as well as the visions of the President, as can be deduced from various speeches of the president, from the SWAPO Party manifesto, it's very, very clear that job creation is at the center of our policy consideration. We need then to make sure that the Ministry of Labor, as a guardian of labor legislation, does first and foremost review those labor laws or labor legislations that are labor policy to ensure the alignment to the NDP 6 as well as the vision of the president. There is an ongoing process at the moment to review, both the Labor Act as well as the Employment Service Act and the Employment Equity or the Affirmative Actions Act as well. It's under review, and all other collateral, legislations to the labor law are actually being reviewed. The purpose why we are doing that and why we are actually going through that pain is primarily and essentially to ensure that the labor regulatory framework is supportive toward the collective efforts, that of creating decent and sustainable jobs.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Now, just to latch on to the next question, Madam Ox, how is the Namibia Employers Federation engaging with the Honorable Minister to ensure that policies support businesses for growth and job creation?
Good morning to you all. Your Excellency and the second gentleman, the first gentleman, at least we have to laugh. We are just too serious. Her Excellency yesterday said we have to talk, we have to communicate. So we are really do. So it's good that at least we laugh. Coming back to the question, and also all protocol is observed as it is. So this is a discussion we have. So when we become formal, we don't really speak. And Her Excellency said yesterday she wants to hear actually what happens. So therefore, let me start. The Namibian Employers Federation is the most representative employers federation in Namibia that represents employers. Many of the captains of industry who are sitting here are members of the Namibian Employers Federation. What does that mean? That means that we sit and form that tripartite between employers as well as unions and the government. And that tripartite system provides the opportunity for us to voice most of the concerns that exist in the employer's side as well as that from the union. We consult, we discuss, and then we agree on how best we need to proceed in terms of policies that influence the labor market. From the onset, as the Minister rightfully said, currently there are many policies that are currently being discussed. The Labor Act, which we are amending, the whole Labor Act of 2007, the Employment Equity Bill that is currently being discussed as well, and also some of the productivity policy that is also coming up. From the employer side, it's very important for us to coexist with these policies in the policy framework. Hence, the importance for us to discuss, engage, and drive the policy formulation to make sure that whatever policies we are implementing are conducive and also are able for businesses to thrive. The other part that I will probably add to that is most of the people sitting in this room, both public and private, are part of this process when we talk about policy and engagement in labor matters. We have members that are from the public service, the state-owned enterprises. Example, the NIPDB is one. And also we have bigger companies and also associations. I will stop here because I will probably add more.
Just before I move on to Mr. Tim, in terms of the new industries, sports and creative industries, what is the Employer Federation doing to align with the Honorable Minister?
Okay. What we call emerging industries, these are what we have. Sports and creative industry. We are a member, we have a member that is of the creative industry that is part of NEF, from where we tap into the resources, skills, and expertise. How do we engage with them? We are constantly in contact with them to understand how best we can represent them in terms of the laws that are being enacted. What are some of the areas that have been neglected in terms of that? So with sports, mostly we go through the creative sector. Right now we have the association, the Namibia Arts Council is part of that. We also go through the skills development components where we engage youth. So there are certain programs through which we try to engage. And policy influence, we do that through stakeholder engagements that we do with the creative as well as sports sector.
Thank you. Mr. Tim, you've been one of the largest employer from private sector in terms of the Namibian economy. And you have also shown us the way that the secondary sector, which is essentially the manufacturing with the value addition, you have made a huge impact within the Namibian economy. Having said that, what are the critical constraints limiting expansion and then further growth?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for this invitation here. And Your Excellency, I often call you my mother, which I've worked so often together already, and all protocol observed, and all that's been organizing and is invited here. I heard, one of the best things I heard this morning is we are too small to be poor. And I think that's actually one of the biggest issues that we have in this country. We don't think big enough. Also heard very much this morning that we have to have local products, which is good, absolutely. But I think we need to look beyond, and I think you mentioned earlier Namibia Breweries, for an example. I think the only time when we were successful is that when we went beyond the borders. And if we start adopting thinking such as that we have a market of 300 million in SADC, then we can be successful. But Namibia on its own, with a small consumer base, it's going to be very hard to be competitive against giants like South Africa, which have a much bigger market. So, and that same is what we're going to do and follow, whether it's in the meat side now and the milk side. So that's what we need to do. But there's also a very important part is discipline. Discipline, we started already 40 minutes late this morning, this session. I think there are small things where in this country you need to have discipline, or when we look at red traffic lights, they are mostly seen as suggestions, not necessarily as a stop. And I think also the poor ministers, I think they need to be supplied with more power for non-performing officials that are not performing. And I'm also saying, and with all respect, here now with the fourth presidency, I've always been almost on the national planning commissions. We always had a great start, and then you ask yourself, okay, where is it now? But Your Excellency, I've got a special shoe with nails included, so that if somebody doesn't perform, you can use it. Because I think in our country, if we can be a little bit more disciplined, it is the basis for a strong economy. The other thing, Angula, about the 47 laws, I think that's true. There's 47, but there are also some other laws like the Competition Commission Act that requires you to pay $500,000 for a 15 million transaction, and the time it takes to approve it. These are also outdated. And then maybe it's a bit of a personal thing, but in the 1970s, the roads were made for cars with 120 kilometers per hour. Today, we've got high technology. In our freeways, we're still only allowed to drive 120 kilometers an hour. And I think that should also be changed, because I don't know whether you also develop pain in your right foot when you can't go faster. But again, seriously, when I get here this morning, I don't know what to say in terms of constraints, because I never see constraints. Our businesses need to make a plan, or what else we can do. And I thought, okay, where are the constraints? And I think that's where touch points, but then we also talked to the ministries on that one too, for example, on fishing. If we can think a bit bigger and identify ourselves like a strategic processing hub for fish, for example, like the Chinese do, they give incentives that you can process, you buy iced or frozen fish all over the world, and other species as well we can process here in Namibia. This is the thing, we need to look beyond the borders, we need to see it as strategic destinations. I think then we can really add value in Namibia and so forth. And as well as bulk services, I think it's really simple. I don't understand why we're not having resolved that yet, but I know how passionate our president is about that one. That is also you worry about, like also now with the last drought. I know that in Namibia Breweries, for example, pulled most of its water out of boreholes, but for how long was it still be possible? So that should be addressed, as electricity was talked about in some basics. And then the other last constraint is attitude from people and not fighting for the future.
I saw the Honorable Minister of Works and Transport, Honorable Veiko Nekundi. The speed limit is... Dr. Christian Chingoro, to your side, how can development partners support government and private sector in delivering these 500,000 inclusive and sustainable jobs?
Thank you so much, Salomo, and recognizing the presence of Her Excellency the President, the First Gentleman, Madam Vice President, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, honorable ministers in the room and senior officials and private sector leaders. I also want to acknowledge the presence of our new resident representative of UNDP who presented her letter of credence yesterday, would have been sitting at my chair. And to clarify that we are turning 80 as UN today and 60 years old as UNDP. I'm very glad to be here this morning. Thank you. I'm very glad to be here this morning because I think the centrality of the question of jobs is extremely critical at this stage of the transformational journey of Namibia. Development partners such as UNDP don't have the magic bullet as such. What we do is supporting governments, private sector, civil society to actually implement the bold reforms that the country has put in place. We need to change the models. We need to change the way we think jobs. I really like the way the governor showed the future of jobs. We won't have tellers anymore. I mean, soon, and that's very soon, we won't have banks tellers anymore. Should we invest in the trainings of people in the banking sector? It doesn't make sense. Should we look at the care industry, the creative industry? Yes. The big advantage of Namibia, for some of us who have been working across the continent, 3 elements. 1, solid policy framework, resource-rich country. And the third one, which is extremely important, because I attended the Resolution 1325 last week as well. This is a peaceful country that is extremely stable. So why can't we reform in a country that has these 3 elements? I think it's important to put forward the ingredients that make possible the transformation of the country. We, as UNDP, believe that we support the transformation. I come from a country where a few years back, we were told that building a 5-star hotel was completely useless. We are now top 2 or 3 in MICE, investments and conferencing. Don't seek permission to transform. Look at the solutions that you have. Make sure that partners come along. Make sure that we do 3 things for Namibia. Expand the digital economy. Make sure that you empower local knowledge, local manufacturing, local industries. And as my neighbor said earlier, look at beyond Namibia. You have great roads. We have, again, in the sub-region, stable countries whom we can actually do business. How do we make sure that the young entrepreneurs that we have in Namibia don't think just Namibia, but think beyond? We did one experience sending a few exceptional creatives to a major intra-Africa trade forum. But it's amazing because you open up and you show to Namibians that what you're doing in Namibia is actually great. And you can sell, you can do business, you can compete. And I think that is what is extremely critical. And maybe my last point would be, how do we work with private sector? We have what you call impact financing that we are trying to grow in the country, which is making private sector understand that, yes, profits, but profits with social and environmental outcomes as well. You can do both. And it's something that I think we should explore a bit further to understand and to make sure that we are able to grow together. But essentially, transformation happens from within. And I think development partners should understand the transformation journey of Namibia, where we come from, what is the ambition. And instead of being obstacles, we have to just remove the hurdles, remove everything that is basically hampering growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Honorable Minister, I'm coming back to you because the creative industry in sport is high on the agenda of Her Excellency. What are we doing in building that industry from minimum wage all the way through the benefits that comes with building an industry?
Well, I think I will still answer that question within the context of, the necessary policy that is needed in order to regulate those specific industries. That what we are busy at the moment is to look at all the sectors that have been identified, through SWAPO Party Manifesto as well as the NDP6, identifying where is a legislative gap. And as and when that is identified, we are then initiating, the legislation to make sure that those spaces are regulated. I think insofar as the questions pertaining to the minimum wage is concerned, it's important to know, and I think this is also a very good platform to advocate for compliance among various employers, because I believe majorities of the delegates to this forum are employers. As we speak, government has passed the minimum wage order. effective from the 1st of January 2025, every employer, with an exception of those that are in the sector of security, as well as agriculture, and the domestic sector. Those are the only ones that are permitted in terms of the minimum wage order to implement the minimum wage order on a phased, on a phased-based approach. And they are then expected to be fully compliant come 1st of January 2027. But for the rest of the other sectors, everyone is expected, or no employer, in fact, is expected to pay any worker below $18 per hour. We are still encountering incidents of where some employers are not complying, and what we are then doing in response to that, it's really getting to these employers and trying to educate them in terms of what is expected of them. The law, in its current form, does make provision, or does enable us, in fact, as the ministry, to be able to take those non-compliant employers even to court. We haven't yet gotten into that phase, but in the fullness of time, we will get to that in order to make sure there is full compliance with the law. While I'm also on that point, it's also important for us to know that the responsibility of government, insofar as the creations of decent and sustainable jobs is concerned, government is concerned with a number of things. Primarily, government is concerned, with job security. It's not merely just creating job, but those jobs, the longevity of the job is not sustained. So we are concerned about the job security insofar as the longevity is concerned. But we are equally concerned, about the sustainabilities of institutions or the employers. That's why in the enforcement of laws, we always embrace a balanced approach. One that creates decent work and decent earning for the workers, but also one that is conscious, about sustainabilities of institution. On behalf of government, we have been on record that what we are expecting in the tripartite equation is that we must have a conscious government, and we must have a reasonable employer, while we have a responsible worker on another hand, because that's the only thing that would guarantee that the equation of the tripartite equation that is necessary for a harmonious industrial relationship relations is sustained.
Thank you, Minister. We don't always have you. Just on incentives for this labor-intensive sectors, is there anything that you can take with us?
For?
Incentives for the labor-intensive sectors, for job creation. What are the incentives from the ministry? Or even in the offing?
Okay, maybe I shouldn't answer the question necessarily from the dimensions of the incentive from the government side. But what is important is that the ministry does have a NEAR system. We have launched a NEAR system, and the purpose of launching this NEAR system is primarily to shorten the recruitment processes, where we are, or this system is actually serving as an interface. It's linking, job seekers with potential employers. So as part of this system, we have then, in our view, for which we believe is is well considered. It's shortening the recruitment process because the employers are then able to get, job seekers from that specific system. We are also assisting in one way or the other, to educate employers in terms of, their expected obligation insofar as the various labor-related legislations are concerned. We are embarking upon training of various role players, including the employers and their employees, insofar as issues of occupational safety and health is concerned. And we are offering these services, which you may want, you may call advisory services if you wish, for free to various employers and their employees in an effort of optimizing the productivity in the labor forces or in the labor market.
Thank you so much. Madam Ox, running out of time, I think Mr. Tim told us about the efficiency of time. Final thoughts.
My final thoughts are three-pronged. First of all, it's the regulatory process. We are anywhere where you develop policy, it's always driven by emotion. However, we need to make sure that we look into the emotion that is driving this policy, that translates into the efficiency and practicality of that policy vis-a-vis the enforcement of it. We need to look at it systematically so that we make sure that whoever and however we implement this, it works. For example, I will give an example of the national minimum wage. National minimum wage, when it's a very good thing, and we as employers, we would like to have it. However, I'm looking at the MSMEs, and I'm trying to understand how would this person who is a small in a rural area also going to pay that $18 an hour to an employee that they have. It is a good thing, but we need to look at transitional policy changes that allow some of these institutions in policymaking to transition into a phased approach into that. I'm looking at the elderly homes, for old people homes, for example. That's an example where, how are they gonna make ends meet? So these are some of the examples on national minimum wage. We are in agreement with it. We are fine, we understand the process. However, we need to understand sometimes how we implement. And we need to look into how practical some of these are. It will not cater for everybody, but we need to understand. We are talking about informal sector. Informal sector, when it transitions now, the way we are talking, the lady yesterday talked about the small miners. How is that person going to pay the $18? Is that there are provisions for exemptions, but how long does it take? So when it comes to making some policies, we as employers are asking for a full stakeholder engagement. We really need to engage and discuss so that we can say, this is a very good platform. What has been discussed here since yesterday? We as employers, we really are happy to have that opportunity to discuss. And yes, it's both ways, but we need to engage when it comes to policy matter, including the tax bill that is also being discussed right now that will come into effect. These are things that impact not only the labor side, but the whole operation of the business. Thank you.
Mr. Tim, final thoughts?
Yeah, just quick. First of all, I think Nangula said it already there, allowing skill into the country is a critical matter. And then also, I think a simpler system, such as the company gets a quota, how many they're allowed to bring in, Often we argue with officials, you know, like for example, a chef. Most of our chefs in our leisure industry know how to do a fried egg. But when it goes further, then we battle. So then we have to import very expensive chefs, and they cost an arm and a leg. So I think at the same time, we're just building our academy to address all these soft skills, which are so important in this country. Then also, Honourable Minister, minimum wages, then I'm asking soon for minimum productivity ratios. And then it will be solved automatically. Productivity is so important, and I think to the minimum wage, the business will quite clearly react to say, well, then we need to have so many people serving so many people, and then we can do, you know, inflated expenses. And then the rest you're trying to shoot me now. The rest you didn't shoot. Okay, then shoot me now. No, I think this is the main thing. I just want to say, I think we just need to think simpler about business. I think bigger, have more confidence. Namibia has nothing to fear. We are not less good than an American or an European. We just have to have the confidence, that is it.
Doc, I know you are efficient with time.
Thank you. No, I think there are many things we can say about how we can boost employment, and especially the youth. I think, as I said earlier, we have to look back at the models we've been using. The young people today don't necessarily want to do 9 to 5. The young people today need to boost and to expand the innovation space that they are allowed to use. Digital will be big, but we need to have internet. There is no reason why a small primary school in Ochibingwe should not have internet, and fast internet, because there are no clever people in Windhoek and others back in rural areas who don't have capacity. I think it's very important to remember that. The three things that I think are important for Namibia: first, we have to, in the three areas, accelerate. How do we modernize agriculture? How do you make it climate smart for the young people who get excited, who get attracted to the business? If you go to some countries, being in agriculture as a young person is big. You make a lot of money. You're not seen as a second citizen. The second aspect is, how do we unlock digital? Very important, leaving the space and making a truly Namibia a knowledge economy. And the last point is accelerating value addition and local enterprises. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Minister, you'll have the final word.
Well, thank you very much. I think just to provide some clarities, the labor legislation in their current construction does make provision for employers that may find themselves in a position of impossibility insofar as the payment of the minimum wage is concerned. They may apply for exemption. And we have given a number of exemptions to those employers that are unable to. Insofar as the questions of the ratio of minimum wage minimum production is concerned, I think the aspect of the production is really an issue of performance management. And our encouragement as government is really that workers must be productive. And as and when they are productive, they must be, minimally remunerated. So regarding what is the ministry doing at the moment, I think it's important that as a ministry we have ratified a number of ILO conventions, including the Employment Policy Convention, as well as the tripartite conventions that is encouraging social dialogues and also advocating that our labor legislation must be promoting fairness, social protection, as well as there must be consistent conversations between all the social partners. We, as a ministry, are busy implementing the Decent Work Country Program, a derivative of the World Decent Work Agenda. And through that, we are at the moment engaging or busy implementing the Global Accelerator Program for Just Transition, And through that program, so the government have secured an amount to the tune of over 57 million Namibian dollars aimed at creating employment in the biomass sector as well as agriculture. And in terms of projection, we project that after full implementations of the Global Accelerator program, we will be able to create around about 3,600 jobs in those two sectors that I have mentioned.
Thank you so much. Her Excellency, I think we have our work cut out for us. The 500 jobs, we're starting to count from today, and we hope we can measure them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to our moderator and panelists. As we reflect on the messages that have just been shared, one thing is clear. We need to think bigger, we need to access larger markets, and this echoes the sentiment that Dr. Wanja shared earlier. We need discipline, and we need to see possibilities and not constraints. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, we will not be able to take questions from the floor. However, should there be questions, please feel free to email them to the email address that will pop up, and we will address these at a later stage. A round of applause, please. We now move into our issue-based working group sessions, which really serve as the engine of our discussions. Our first presentation will focus on one of Namibia's most promising frontiers, namely manufacturing and value addition. And this is where value addition becomes value creation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our next presenters for the Manufacturing and Value Addition Working Group, St. Ackerman from Namib Mills, and as well as Philip Haikuma from Marmo Werk. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We can keep the round of applause coming as they are making their way to the stage. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, let me stand by the protocol already established. I'm here to first give a disclaimer. Yesterday we have attested that there is a desktop study with regards to Namibia not being as an underdog vis-a-vis Singapore and Botswana and Zambia. I'm here to say that the manufacturing industry is real, and we are on top of the game. I would like to, before I give to ST, just to break the floor. Captains of industry, what you're seeing on the table here is a multi-band radio, which is created in Namibia, manufactured in Namibia, 98% Namibian product, intellectual property that belongs to Namibia, and produced by Namibian experts. There are only 12 companies in the world that manufacture such type of radios, and we are fluctuating between number 4 and number 5. Let's give ourselves a round of applause and demonstrate that surely we have the capacity with regards to intellectual property and creativity and expressing our research and development with regards to what we have in our minds.
Thank you, Philip. Good morning, Madam President. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think just a brief introduction. So our working group looks at the manufacturing and value addition sector within Namibia. It's an issue-based working group, and it's cross-cutting, as was mentioned this morning. So there's a lot of areas that have already been covered in certain of the previous presentations that have been made, but that's in essence the nature of this sector. I think we intend to cover three main aspects within this presentation. The first one being the economic significance and growth prospects of the manufacturing sector. Yeah, I think it's important to note that the Namibian economy, as much other economies in the world as well, is a very commodity-driven economy. We're reliant on commodities, the supply and demand side of it, and the prices. Our aim is to say that we need to deepen and diversify the Namibian economy by growing the manufacturing sector as well as other sectors within Namibia in order to diversify us and limit us in terms of commodity fluctuations and the impact that they have on our commodity. The second part will look at the key challenges that the industry faces. I think a lot of it has been covered, but what we'll see, these are the challenges that have been identified that could possibly stand in the way of us achieving the NDP 6 goals that have been set. And lastly, and most importantly, is to look at the strategic recommendations and interventions that have been identified in terms of resolving these issues that we've identified.
Yes, with regards to the contribution to the GDP, yes, the manufacturing sector is playing its part. But however, what I want to do is that I want us to start focusing on the others. If you look at the others, which is about 27.6%, this is a group or a certain production or manufacturing sector which is not really exposed within the industry heads in this room, within our economic diplomacy, and within those that we look aside and we try to focus merely on beef, beer, textile, and others that we are much more acquainted to. But pay attention to the others. We are going to unpack the others later. With regards to the performance, yes, we produce little, but we produce quality. We produce little, but we produce quality, and the world or the market that we are trading in is really craving for that quality, and that's what it makes us very competitive for us to penetrate this market. 2024, quarter three and quarter four, we have done good, but this is merely because of the diamond polishing. This year, quarter one and quarter two, we're not doing that good, but we hoping that we'll start picking up after this implementation of the forum suggestions. We have an obligation that we have to play our part. Yes, we need to grow this the GDP from 11% to 18%. That's about 7% growth. And in terms of the target that we're given is that we are expected to create 29,000 jobs within this period of the NDP 6.
All right, maybe just jumping into the challenges and constraints that the industry face. I think before we start off looking at those, I think it's important to note that the manufacturing and value addition sector produces products and goods, and these products and goods have to go to a market, either it being a local market or an export market. And if the reference is made to the challenges, those references are in essence comparing our manufacturing capabilities to that of our neighboring countries, the region, or global economies where manufacturing takes place, where products are produced that come to our country, or where we're competing and exporting to those countries. So when reference is made to certain high cost or incentives being absent, references are then made to these economies and markets that we compete in. The other aspect to that is that when these adjustments and benefits in terms of cost and incentives are made, there is a responsibility on the private sector to ensure that those benefits and incentives flow through to the product and to the end consumer at the end of the day. We cannot sit and say that we have these benefits or cost reductions in essence, and we use that to subsidize our inefficiencies in terms of the production process. So I think that's an important aspect just to note on the challenges. If we look at the key challenges, and I'm just going to run through them, the high production utility costs, this reference is mostly to electricity cost, the cost of water and fuel. If we compare ourselves to our peers in the region and SADC, we are significantly higher in terms of these input costs. Uncompetitive tax and incentive regime, reference here is made to our corporate tax rate. At this point in time, the absence of any manufacturing incentives that are in place. Historically, we had these incentives in place, but currently there's an absence. And then thirdly, the indirect taxes that are placed on products that are exported out of Namibia that make us uncompetitive in those markets. Policy and regulation inconsistencies, I think reference has also been made to that, but capital and skills globally flow to where they are best suited. If we've got inconsistency in terms of policy uncertainty or delays in implementing policies, we'll find that this capital flows to other markets and not necessarily to our market. Industry protection, local procurement and tariff reform. I think there are a lot of mechanisms in place in terms of trade agreements within SACU, other trade bodies, and we must utilize these agreements that are in place and also ensure that when we negotiate in terms of preferential trade agreements with other countries and economies, that we ensure that we take our local economy and our local manufacturing in account in terms of these negotiations. The limited skills and technological upgrade. I think what's important here, and it's been mentioned numerous times, one part of it is the development of skills that are fit to what the requirements are, specifically from a technical point of view. So the output from our training institutions and so need to match what the skill requirements in the markets are. And secondly, the required skills that aren't present in Namibia, that we require from outside of Namibia. I think a lot of the times we have this point of view that if we bring skills into Namibia, we're displacing a Namibian person's job. I think we must turn it around to say that these critical skills that are needed in the country, if they are included or imported into the country, there's a multiplier effect on that will ensure that additional jobs are created out of that, and not necessarily a displacement of current Namibian jobs. The weak quality assurance infrastructure, I think there's just this alignment between the regulatory and assurance bodies that we have, that we ensure that they add value rather than restricting processes and exporting. The energy cost entrapment and market reform, this touches on the current policies and regulations we have in place in terms of generating electricity and doing that on an efficient and effective basis. Enterprise development and manufacturing recognition. In the past, we had a concept where a manufacturer was recognized as a manufacturer within Namibia, and there was certain advantages and consolidation that came with that and efficiencies. Currently, we're lacking that in the current framework. And on the institutional coordination side of it, it's weak and fragmented coordination across government agencies, resulting in slow decision-making, inconsistent policies, and the duplication of efforts. I'm going to hand over to Philip to just...
Yes, you have to have a thick skin to operate manufacturing in Namibia. And this is just the beginner's guide with regards to the regulations that you have to tick the boxes with. Just for illustration purposes, but then there are others added as we specialize in different sectors. With regards to tax comparison, yes, we again pulling with heavy loads there, comparing to other peers within the region. You can see South Africa is at 10%, Botswana 15%, Mauritius at 15%. We're proposing that if we can get to 20% with a special economic zone, I think things can be a little bit relaxed, and then those benefits we can recapitalize back into the production and create the needed jobs, sustainable needed jobs. yes, we understand that we have to provide recommendation and proposed actions with regards to the current challenges, reduced input cost, but at the same time as well as we are reducing input cost, the theme and the case study for our presentation is based on these SATCOM radios that are manufactured in Namibia, which are highly niched within the international market. But the question is, do we consume what we produce? These are the infrastructure that we're supposed to consume so that we can give confidence, not to make profit locally, but to give confidence when we go into the international market and market what we are producing. With regards to the area or the incentives that we are placing as asks is the special economic zones and incentive frameworks, as it was already alluded by Work Group 1, Work Group 2, Work Group 3, and Work Group 4.
All right, I think the third point here is the lower effective tax rates. We've touched on that. So the recommendation here would be to say that we need to introduce a tiered manufacturing tax framework that's aligned with the region. Also look at manufacturing incentives. The advantage of manufacturing incentives is that you can only qualify for them if you physically invest in Namibia and put down assets in Namibia. And I think that's an important thing to note with these incentives. Madam President spoke about the incentives yesterday in conclusion, and I think from an incentive point of view, our viewpoint is that these incentives should widen the tax base and also increase economic activity in the country, which will drive additional tax revenue to come into the country. And then thirdly, just on that point, is the removal of indirect taxes that restrict competitiveness in export markets on local production.
There is no manufacturing that does production without research and development. This is a very fertile ground that we can start opening up markets so that we can include our academia to get into the wagon on factories and manufacturing sectors that are already producing in Namibia. This will start to create capacity at a very short time, because this is already what we are doing. And if we are capacitated with an additional incentive to create a true research and development center, not necessarily for accrediting one to become a doctor and getting qualification, but accrediting and empowering the intellectual property of the company of the country, so that tomorrow we have a base load that we can grow and upskill our skill sets. With regards to skills transfer, it's very, very much important, and I concur with Weintimer, who says that let's get into a quota system where we can say for every 1,000 employees, locally decent jobs that we create, we are able to bring in skills of foreign skills of 5 to 6 foreign skills within a year or 2 years.
All right, if we go to the enterprise development recognition, this touches on the establishment or re-establishment of a manufacturing tax, or not a manufacturing tax, a manufacturing status certification. And the purpose of this is to really touch on what Philip alluded to previously in terms of the regulatory requirements, permits, licensing, that we set up a status whereby these processes are effectively streamlined, and there's not multiple points of contact in terms of ensuring that what manufacturing, we enhance manufacturing and we ease the business and not complicate the business further in terms of bureaucratic processes and processes that do not add value at the end of the day to the product that's been manufactured.
One of our asks has already been answered. I think we have been given hope yesterday's session, we understood that with regards to generation of energy through uranium, there is a possibility towards that. But however, we're saying that let's tick off the ESG with regards to producing green and producing responsibly. What we're asking is that from the 30% ability to create renewable energy that we can use within our manufacturing center, we're asking that we can be pushed to 50% or 60% while we're waiting for the generation of power from the uranium power plant. With regards to the standards, very, very important. Most of the products that we produce within Namibia end up in a bureaucratic queue with regards to clearance, with regards to exportation and reaching our clients that are waiting for their product so dearly. This is with regards to standardization and quality infrastructure, or quality assurance infrastructure. What we're asking is that we're asking that our products should be then expedited, vetted, and given a certain certification with regards, if it comes to the border, we know, yes, it's a radio inside, or yes, we know it's Pasta Polana or Topsco, which is in the container, cleared, and then delivered to the needed client that we need to maintain for a business cycle. We have a case study, the second case study, with regards to availing needed employment creation. This is a real case study in Karabab, where we're mining marble products. We're competing great markets such as India and Malaysia, but on top of that, because of the quality that we are having, quality product mineral that we're having, we are able to compete successfully within these markets. However, in terms of mechanizing and importation of machineries that we need to capacitate our factory to produce the needed yields output, we find it very difficult that the skills transfers that we have to import from the manufacturers or from the machine origin of factory, it's very difficult for within this terrain or within this period. And we're asking that the quota system or the visa regime aspect should then be revived so that we can realize the much needed job creation. ST, I think you can round it up.
Thanks, Philip. So I think in conclusion, the manufacturing industry and the value addition industry and sector in Namibia stand steadfast behind the goals that have been set in the NDP6 framework. And we're motivated and we want to achieve those goals because it's for the betterment of Namibia. And I think that I'll close off with those remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. There's a Q&A. Please take a seat. Then we can do that. Apparently, the time is inconsequential for Namibians, but we'll discuss it during the break. Thank you, gentlemen. Nonetheless, we've got takers for the Q&A session. We have 4 microphones placed across the room. Please step to the microphone if you have a question to ask. I think we are taking this approach so that we can just expedite and make it a little bit more efficient in terms of the question and answers. Do we have any takers? The rules still remain clear. Please step to the mic. There are 4 microphones in the room. You can already move towards the microphone, yeah? Okay, there are 4 microphones in the room. If you can see, there's one here, one on the left. There we go. Thank you very much. Your name, organization, and your question or comment.
Yeah, thank you. Hubertus Ham, Chairman of the Agronomic Board and also CEO of Vocational Namibia. Thank you for the opportunity. Question is, I think, to the panel that was raised. and also to government. We've got a number of SOEs competing with the private sector and encroaching on private enterprise. When will government make a decision what sectors they should play in? Because they are a player, a referee, and a spectator at times. And what sectors do they exit and leave for private enterprise to focus on?
My name is David Namalenga from Dinapama, and I would want to make a contribution as part of the committee on the issue of the production cost. Comrade President, just like what Philip said, in the manufacturing sector, you must have a thick skin. And it is always not good to have a thick skin because it's too heavy to be on a person. So the biggest issue, Comrade President, that can be addressed to solve many other problems is turnaround time. You at the factory have so many other things that you need to do, and yet you deal with the regulatory, you deal with many other things that is not within your control. And that's why when Swen was saying, if ministers can be given power to ensure that those who are not performing are performing, because turnaround is turnaround. Turnaround is a saving. Comrade President, if there is anything that can replace, when you asked yesterday to say, what can we do to replace the gap if incentive is given? Turnaround can make good amount of money, but turnaround is blocked by inefficiency from people that need to make it happen. So please, what we are asking is really just that everybody, being a municipality or any other person, should run offices commercially.
Again, a question of efficiency. I think we can take 2 more contributions before we bring it back to the panel. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Patricia Hangula, representing GS1 Namibia, also known as the Namibian Barcode Center. So Namibia's agro-processing sector cannot scale without 5 structural gaps. First of all, in the country, we lack, number 1, food safety bill, consumer protection bill. There's so many newspaper articles of children sick, children in the hospital because of something they ate, yet there's nobody held responsible. Then we have that there's no national product development. I know it was mentioned, but we are dealing with a lot of SMEs within this sector. And now the SME cannot produce from their house because you need a fitness certificate. To get a fitness certificate, you need to rezone. And that's all cost involved. We do not have labs that can test shelf life. So you create a product, the product cannot be listed in the retail store because you cannot tell the retailer how long it can stay on the shelf. So now you have to outsource all of this stuff to the South African labs. Why?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay.
Can we have the next contribution? Round of applause.
Good morning. I'm Stefan Zander, representing Seawork Fish Processors. I'd like to bring a positive connotation to the discussion. It feels really, really heavy. And a bit of a case study of what Mr. Tima was alluding to, that in this fisheries and in the seafood industry, we can be a global player. We can be a hub. And what we've done at Seawork Fish Processors is we've pivoted and we've started focusing on reprocessing fish. And what that means is we bring in fish from other countries, Argentina, the North Pacific, even from South Africa, and we value add. We bring in the raw material, we defrost, and we value add into high quality export product that is in demand in the UK, the extended European market, the Americas, as well as Australia. So it's probably a calling to be positive. There's lots of opportunity out there. Obviously, we need the help from the public sector and everything that's been discussed in the forum over the last 2 days is relevant. So it's a calling from us for the public sector just to assist where they can, but in closing to note that we are willing to help from the private sector. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. But I think that's the main purpose here, connecting and creating that nexus between public and private sector. Please, gentlemen.
The comments made by David and Patricia, I think it's very important, the aspects that they've highlighted. I think in terms of the legislation mentioned regarding food safety, food quality, labeling, all of these aspects are very important to the Namibian manufacturing sector in regards to that. Products being imported into Namibia aren't necessarily always, they aren't inspected and controlled as much as products that are locally produced. And I think these legislations will help with improving the situation to ensure that there's an even playing ground within the Namibian economy and manufacturing sector. The other point made by David regarding regulators and competent authorities that are involved within this manufacturing process, I think it's very important that there's three main key aspects that need to be embedded in these regulators or competent authorities. And they are that, one, they must be pro-growth in Namibia. Their focus and work should be in terms of value addition towards the process and not necessarily disabling the process. And in another aspect, where necessary, they must be export orientated. So we mustn't put hurdles in our own way in terms of exporting. Those hurdles are already put in place by the countries that we are exporting to. So we must make the process as easy as possible locally to ensure that we can access those markets.
With regards to SOEs, yes, we have taken note that some of the SOEs are disruptors of industries when it comes to manufacturing. We have seen SOEs that are creating unlevel ground, playing ground. I may not mention name, but there was a certain SOE which has created the whole imbalance with regards to the fair treatment of who is expedited to come into the country and not to come into the country. And that has created a whole lot of havoc and disruption within the sector. So yes, Nosh, I concur with you. With regards to the SME, with regards to the manufacturing sector, we don't manufacture without wastage. We are creating so much wastage, but good wastage that can be reused. We are also requesting government to consider that if they are funding SMEs with regards to pipelines wanting to venture into manufacturing, let them first seek us, the manufacturer, so that we can guide them to say, this is what the off-cut or wastage that we have, which you can turn into a good product that can be resellable and be exported. So we have that space for the SMEs.
Thank you. I think we'll take one more contribution. I think the consumer protection one was a general question. We know that there was a national consumer protection policy launched for 2020-2025. But it's really embarrassing that we don't have a comprehensive piece of legislation on that. I remember there was very, very serious efforts to try to bring that in from the private sector. For many years ago, at the chat show, when I was doing it in 2009, we were talking about consumer protection bill. And the fact that there's still nothing to date, that's a very, very serious one. So, Your Excellency, please let that one potentially also be on part of the priorities when you're giving your marching orders by the end of the day. We'll take one contribution, and then we'll bring it back to close off. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Leonie, CEO of Ava Group. Your Excellency and Honorable Ipumbu, I would like to make one contribution regarding the critical jobs. I think it's for all the working groups, it has come up. A lot of the work permits for critical skills are currently being rejected on the basis that local Namibians can fulfill the position. However, our tertiary institutions don't offer these critical degrees, bachelor's degrees in plant pathology, entomology, breeding, or master's degrees. I would like to make a suggestion that the Ministry of Home Affairs works together with the Ministry of Labour to hold us as private sector accountable, that when we bring specialists in, we have skill transfer training in place, we build local capacity, we have MOUs with UNAM and NAST, so that over the 2 years or 4 years that we have specialists in the country with those critical skills, that we have a tech transfer taking place, so we can fill that gap towards the journey of a high-functioning sector, whether that is manufacturing or agriculture or any other relevant sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that contribution. Any reflections on that, gentlemen, or can I send you off?
Time is up.
Thank you very much. Please just stand for your picture before we head out. Thank you very much. Just a round of applause for the Sectoral Working Group on Manufacturing. When we come back after the break, of course, we will be deep diving in 3 more working groups. Skills development and workforce readiness and industry alignment will be the first one. Mr. Harald Hecht and Ms. Chantal Hasselman will lead us through that. We'll also have Mr. Roland Brown and Lazarus Jacobs coming up to speak to us around entrepreneurship, MSME growth, and of course, youth development as well. And then, after the lunch break, very, very big one as well on infrastructure and connectivity. That's a very, very serious one. This is one of the working groups that require large-scale private sector investment. So I'm quite excited to have that one. Ralph Reiters, Managing Director of Manica Group Namibia, will be chairing that session. It's about 11:17, so I'd assume I'll start from 11:18. We'll go for a short 25-minute break, and immediately after 25 minutes, so that would mean at 11:40, all of us should be seated and ready for Her Excellency to come back after the break for us to continue with our next session at 11:45. Can we please rise for Her Excellency to exit for the short health break? Thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We now continue with part 2 of our issue-based working groups. Here, we'll now hear from 3 of our working groups, namely the working groups that focus on skills development, workforce readiness, and industry alignment, followed by the working group focusing on entrepreneurship, MSME growth, and youth development, and finally, the working group focusing on financing of priority development and investment projects. We'll start with the working group on skills development and workforce readiness and industry alignment, which will be presented by Mr. Harold Hecht, a director at PKFFCS, and Ms. Chantal Hasselman, the country senior partner for Namibia at PwC. As we listen, let's remember that skills without opportunity are wasted, and opportunity without skills is fleeting. And our task today is to connect the two. I kindly welcome our 2 presenters to the stage. A round of applause, please.
Almost good afternoon, so if I may, almost 12. Good afternoon, Your Excellency, to captains of industry, our audience today. On this exciting topic of skills development, developing others, on my side, when I entered the accounting audit profession, I thought that I would enter this with my qualifications, entering it to focus on debits and credits, and go along with that. But to my surprise, I was pulled in a journey of working with others and allowing others to work with me. 25 years later, where I'm trying my utmost best to make sure that the leaders that invested in me, then I can multiply that, I can replicate that in terms of skills growing and advancing the careers of others. So while Harold and I will dive into this exciting and much needed and crucial sectoral cross-cutting topic of how we can harness local talent here in Namibia. We'll be focusing on 3 key areas around skills development, how Namibia can get her workforce ready, and making sure how the workforce can be more aligned with what industry needs. So why people power matters? The audience will agree with me that irrespective of the industry, talent is our strength. And by continuing to investing in skills, we are investing in Namibia. So the working group has put together the strategy, acknowledging that yes, there are challenges, but there's also a lot already going. Key points focused on, centered around youth unemployment. And since yesterday, the numbers has been mentioned, and the importance to make sure that despite the strong uprise in foreign investments and the interest in Namibia, Namibia is struggling with a high youth unemployment rate, and it is quite a sad moment when you are at an event, and at this event, the speaker would ask from the audience, all unemployed graduates to rise. I was at an event organized by NIBDP of that sort, and it's difficult after that moment to continue and to enjoy dinner. But that's our reality, and that's where the conversation should be heading. Moving along, a key focus area was also around skills training. So one of the challenges we still face is that training should not just remain academic. Whether it is vocational training or whether it is academic pathways, but there's a lot of practical integration once the resource enters a workplace and where young people will be needing and are needing hands-on experience. Then we also acknowledge that the private sector is already embarked on a significant training investment. But unfortunately, those efforts are not always fully recognized. And we as a collective need to make sure that we keep on bringing in our businesses sustainable solutions in terms of addressing the skills need, but we also would want and use platforms of this sort to make sure that efforts can be acknowledged and rewarded, and I'll circle back to that in my first constraint. Lastly, we had a focus around the need to make sure that there is no disconnect between public and private sectors around cohesive strategies that tackles these challenges. So why this is so important for Namibia is that, especially in big specialized sectors like mining, oil and gas, the green hydrogen agenda, it's important that we fill these gaps. We have to look outside so that we don't continuously have to look outside for the skills needed, but we can also nurture our own homegrown experts. And also why for this focus area, it's then labeled as an enabler under the discussions of the past 2 days. During our discussions, and with this moment, we also recognize the national development strategies in this space, and the audience would agree that whether it's entrepreneurial centers, national youth funds, joining the Africa Continent Free Trade Agreement, or transitioning to a more digital economy, you would agree that it's people. People are at the heart of it. So Harold and I have aligned ourselves that we tackle our 3 focus areas around identifying the constraint, first coming up with a case study in terms of a model that works well, and then I will conclude with that first constraint in terms of recommendations. I will then hand over to Harold to take us home in terms of the other 2 constraints, from case study to constraint to recommendation. So considering what works in the private sector plays a huge role in terms of skills development. The captains of industry knows that per industry, it's a business imperative in terms of how we plan, how we recruit, how we train, how we try to retain talent, in making sure that we have training programs that are aligned with our industry needs. But there's also a lot of challenges in that, and there's also not, along the path, there's not always full recognition as to the investment that's needed. So the case study that I'm about to go into could have been a case study for any other industry, because we all would have our own storytelling, and we don't per se talk about it often enough, I would say. Whether it's in the mining industry or whether it is within the financial services sector, there is a lot of ongoing, deeply rooted and well-crafted training initiatives, whether it is work training in terms of classroom training, whether it's e-learnings, and whether it is a structured apprenticeship program. So I'm just bringing along the CA model as a case study, but as I said, this can be cross-cutting to all other industries where we each have our own unique strategy around talent recruitment and retention. So for the CA model, and not taking away what NIPA as well as the ACCA accreditations brings to this conversation, but focusing in the essence of time on the CA model. So through this well-crafted model, we would take a Namibian child in grade 11, already interested in the field, from school desk to a boardroom. And all of that happens through many years, but all of that is an intervention of formal academic studies, whether it's at NUST or UNAM, and then affiliated, for example, South African universities to complete your CTA, but then there's a clear career path of returning home, starting at a firm and embarking on a traineeship under a 3-year training contract. And very key to the industry, that's where the training begins. So those graduates would join us thinking they know it all, but finding themselves caught up in a competency-based structured training program where our assessment is 70% is practical on-the-job experience, 20% mentorship and peer learning, and 10% formal coursework or continuing with professional exams. And this structured program has since independence allowed our institute and regulators growing the CA designation in Namibia from 50 to more than 1,000 qualified CAs. It has also allowed us to work and plan along having a continuous inflow of about 150 grade 12 school leavers embarking on this 7 to 8 year journey. And what that then leads to is that we can take pride in the leaders we grow, but in that there is a lot of focus around how we work with our institute, how we work with our regulator, and how aligned we are with what's happening in the market and what's happening in the educational curricula. So I'll fast forward now to a constraint which we identify in terms of investing in sustainable training programs of this sort. And again, my case study was on the CA stream, but this is cross-sectoral. We do find that where we focused around the VET levy as a specific constraint around adding a 1% payment to the payroll, where it restricts refunds to only 50% for external training with no recognition in terms of the internal training investment that happens. We also find that there's a weak alignment between levy collection and the national productivity outcomes, and then to touch on lengthy reimbursement cycles. I might not be the only one in the room that would take the levy refund receivable off the balance sheet so that it happens when it happens. So if I can then fast forward to our recommendation in that regard, and it's not a new tax incentive, Madam President. This will not touch on the budget as presented on Tuesday, but we are proposing a reform to the VET levy in the sense of considering expanding the claimability of in-house produced programs and also expanding the affordability of providing bursaries and also considering, for example, a mid-year opportunity claim so that we do not have to gather evidence for a full 12 months and then to be submitted, audited, and wait for a refund as well. So I would conclude at that. And I'm handing over to Harold. I'm just taking him back to his case study. Thank you.
Gaza, I know it's a challenge getting the maximum height here for the microphone. Eh? Director of Ceremonies, thank you very much, Chantal. Your Excellency, President of Namibia, and I stand on all protocol observed. In the interest of time, I'm not going to take you back to the constraints 2 and 3. I'm just going to touch on a practical solution on how we can solve constraint number 3. And I think you will pick it up from my speech. I've got a race against time. Let me try and start as quickly as possible. I'm also here as the chairman of the Forum of German-Speaking Namibians. And it's very welcome indeed that we are engaging again after 3 engagements in 23 and 24, Madam President. You promised further dialogue and engagement with us as Forum of German-Speaking Namibians. And so here we are, and we thank you very much for this unique and wonderful opportunity. As we've shared before, one of the main objectives of the Forum of German-Speaking Namibians, which has 220 members, is the Forum shall contribute towards promoting Namibia as an attractive business location and may, should the occasion arise, act as mediator between local and foreign enterprises and institutions. As a forum, and in my capacity, my professional capacity, we have had a significant increase since 2022 in investors, especially from Germany and Austria, looking to invest in Namibia. And we have facilitated quite a few of these investors finally finding their feet and settling successfully in Namibia with the able support and cooperation of the NIPDB. Thank you very much, Nangula. The recent announcement of free tertiary education in Namibia as from 2026 is a very noble idea politically and deserves support in principle, but it comes at a tremendous cost if we look at the midterm budget as announced this week Tuesday by the Minister of Finance, Honorable Erika Shafuda. But there's another cost, a cost that is seriously threatening our prevailing social peace. And that is that we are potentially seeing another group and a big increase in unemployed and highly disillusioned young Namibian graduates. Will we not be seeing an increase in disillusioned Namibian graduates? We have now a practical example of where investors from Germany want to set up a vocational training center in Namibia for young unemployed Namibians that have graduated from local vocational institutions but cannot find work. The aim of the Vocational Training Center is to upskill. The concept was already mentioned this morning by Governor Kabasab. Now we get to the real project on the table, Talents Bridge, Germany, Namibia. The Berlin Chamber of Commerce and Industry is initiating a newly established training center on site in Namibia. Its aim is to train skilled workers in Namibia according to German standards. In particular, the dual vocational training, which per definition means work integrated learning, so that the graduates will be prepared to work in companies in Germany or Namibia or elsewhere in the world. This is a demand-driven approach where we currently have a lot of supply-driven approaches in our education system. So on demand, companies can join up with the Talents Bridge and create the demand. Why? Because there's an increasing shortage of skilled workers in both countries and very high youth unemployment in Namibia. There's a better integration into labor markets through internationally recognized qualifications and due to close ties regarding culture and language. In fact, both countries share a history 120 years ago. How? It's going to be a practical-oriented training according to German standards in the home country, Namibia. Direct involvement of companies through internships, scholarships, or local branches on campus for the emerging sub-Saharan market. Proactive job offers for practical work experience in the German labor market. How to get involved as a company in Germany or Namibia in this Talents Bridge project. You can be hiring graduates as employees, you can provide internships or scholarships, you can provide occupational trainers, you can be establishing a branch on campus, any other kind of investment. So this is a demand or purpose-built approach, and there are job guarantees for all the graduates, because that is how the German dual vocational training system works. This initiative is currently deliberated as part of the city cooperation between Berlin and Windhoek. You might know they are partner cities and have just been celebrating 25 years. But we feel it should be elevated to the highest level, a bilateral level between Germany and Namibia. There's also a third case study, and that is the NTA Petrofund NIMT skills development, through which over 15,000 artisans have been trained at NIMT with 85 employment absorption rate. I'm not going to touch on that because in the interest of time. If I may just touch on education in concluding generally, there is a need for significant sectoral reform in the education sector, which is a topic for another whole day, if not week. If I may quote, Your Excellency, you always emphasize the common vision that we need to establish as Namibians and not to be left behind. The change in mindset, the private sector to lead the economic development path of Namibia. We couldn't be in more agreement with you on that one. But we've got issues. We saw yesterday on the World Competitiveness Index, we are spending the most proportionately of the 69 countries on education, but are we getting the required return on investment? I think it's fair to say we are getting a poor return on investment. On the other hand, so there is a clear need for sectoral reform just based on that. On the other hand, on immigration, we are number 69, even behind Venezuela. I was so shocked when I saw that. And what are we doing if, on a continuous basis, seemingly our population growth exceeds our economic growth? What are we doing to counter that? Question to be left in the room. Now, my challenge is that the narrative of economic growth that we've used in this House for the last 2 days, we haven't seen previously. That narrative of economic growth should become a part of our daily narrative. We also need to recognize structural inequality. It needs to be addressed. We had colonialism from 1884 to 1915. We've had South African rule for 75 years. We've had independence for 35 years. We must look at all these effects on structural inequality on our society. My latest development, passion development, is moving from finance and figures and numbers and amounts to skills development. Madam President, allow me one bold statement as you encourage us. Let's promote economic growth as a catalyst for social injustice to be addressed. Give investors the benefit of the doubt and greatly simplify the needed visas. Let's move from position number 69 on the visa on the World Competitiveness Index to number 45. Then we last in the middle segment. Let's set ourselves that benchmark for the next 12 months. Next year, this time, number 45. And then we move gradually up into the top third. And then finally, I always like to get a little bit philosophical. I think Namibia's got everything. We need a doses of vitamin C to achieve economic growth. And I've identified 13 concepts that all start with a C over the last 2 days. The first one is we need capacity. Talents Bridge, through formalized upskilling approach, can provide that. We need connection, like today and yesterday, public and private sector. We need cooperation and collaboration. Goes without saying. We need communication. We need commitment, which is just another word for discipline, like Sven Thiemel used this morning. We need competencies. We need the change of mindset, as our president is always reminding us. We need credibility. We need comfort. We need certainty in terms of our policies. We need a business culture to be defined. We need content, local, we need compliance, and we need to act in terms of our constitution, which needs to be respected and includes the administrative justice provision and Article 95. The state has got a social contract with its inhabitants. Then there are 2 C's we should eradicate and get rid of altogether: corruption and cadre deployment. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Harold. One of those C's might get you into trouble, Harold. That's all I'm saying. I'm not going to mention which C. I think we are all in alignment in this room. Nonetheless, we're going to open up the platform for engagement. Like I mentioned, the microphones are there. Please move towards the microphones right now so that we can give you that platform, of course, to ask your questions and answers or contributions. Do we have any takers? Or did the presentation cover? Oh, this is beautiful. Going once? The microphone is right there. Zenzi, you have to get up and get to the microphone. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll start with you and then we'll come to Ms. Navasis. Thank you.
Morning again. Hubertus Ham, NAB Chair and CEO of Vocational. I think, Harald, one of the points that was not specifically raised is skills transfer. I come back to the visa. So I think it's critically important that we have proper skills transfer. And for that, often enough, you don't have the skills in country. So you need to transfer it in mentorship programs, in skills transfer programs, etc. So coming back to the visa, I think a couple of years ago, there was a suggestion that there will be a visa fee similar to America, and that it will not only be relating to investment, because also for existing companies, we need visas as we transform. So this is not an investment conversation, this is a general visa conversation. And that the visa fee could be linked to either the cost of company, or a salary benchmark or something like that. We need it to come in place, and we're also willing to pay for it, and that will also incentivize transfer of skills fast, because if business pays for something, we don't like paying, we like to transform.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for him, please. Zenzi?
Ricardo, it's Avases, not Avases.
Oh, Avases, which from Comania?
Doesn't matter. Okay, I don't know if this question is directed just to this forum, but what I'm not hearing from all the talks is, let me rephrase it. The fact is that we are so focused on growth economically, but we are not looking at the
social fiber?
Correct. So my question, maybe to the lady from PwC or even my German brother there, is, when we talk about the graduate program, for example, what do we do with the students who don't get to that graduate level, right? The kids in Ochubingwe, for example, who won't have the opportunity to get to that level, right? We were privileged in the mining towns we grew up, that our mining town, I grew up in Arandas, was actually, the level of education we got there was because of the mine there. But what happens to those around? Do we go in there? Should we go in there? How do we go in there? I will leave it there.
Very, very important question. We'll take that one. We'll take you, and then my brother at the back there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sebastian Stietzel, so initiator of the Talent Bridge initiative. So it's just a comment on the topic Hubertus Ham just raised in terms of visa. Of course, we're working on the know-how transfer between different countries. So as the Talent Bridge with the German standard training is aiming to fill the gap of NQF level 4, 5, and 6, so these graduations that are not specified by the Namibian system at the moment. Of course, we need trainers into the country as well, and therefore short-term visa solutions which don't take a few months to get this. So thank you very much for all the help, for all the contribution on this, and hopefully this will work for both countries for mutual benefit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take that contribution and come back to the floor before we take the last round.
No, thank you very much. My name is Matthew Aikali. I'm a sports consultant. I've been in the sports sector for over 15 years. And over the years, I've gained short-term qualifications. And I've grown as an individual. And I think this is what happens, especially in the sports sector. Unfortunately, these qualifications are not recognized by the Namibia Qualification Authority. So the sports sector is in a very, very bad space as far as qualification is concerned. I know almost around 69 of the sports federations in these countries offer short courses. And that's why the sector is being stifled in terms of development, because they offer these training programs, but they are not recognized, and that makes it very, very difficult for us to be able to professionalize the sport. maybe from the colleagues who are responsible, what can we be able to do to be able to make sure that recognition of prior learning is embedded in our own qualifications? I always use the example of Peter Shalulile, who's a professional player who had a great time.
I didn't hear a round of applause. He just said Peter Shalulile, no? One of our best exports.
Yeah, who went to South Africa to play. He's earning over $500,000 a month, but if he comes back into this country, he will not be able to contribute to the development of the sector. What can we be able to do? And I think that's a question that I leave to the room. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think since you're already on the microphone, let's take you and then we close off the session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to pose this question to Mr. Hex. It's maybe also touching again towards Zinzi's question is, let's say I am a child in Oshimbwingwe, I finished grade 12, have the grades to make it to university, but I cannot afford. What do I do if we do not have the free tertiary education from government?
Sorry, I did not really understand it acoustically.
Yeah, can you just rephrase it quickly?
Oh, okay, am I clear now?
Yes. Better.
Okay, I was just saying, let's say I'm a child from Oshimbwingwe, I have finished grade 12, I have been able to make it to university, but I don't have the funds to pay for that university. So if we do not have the free government tertiary education, what do I do?
I'll leave that to you, Harold. Let's start with you then. Responses.
Yeah. Let me start on the last question. As I said, politically and morally, free education is a noble thing. But if we are creating just more and more unemployed graduates, are we not compounding the problem if we are not addressing economic growth and other cooperations at the same time? That is just my rhetorical question that I posed. Okay.
Reflections on the questions? Ms. Hasamo?
Thank you. I will reflect on the question around how do we broaden that reach so that it's not just our graduates or postgraduates that receive it, opportunities. So to me, that is definitely a shared responsibility, not just public-private, but within the public-private sector first. So we all have our career paths and we all have different layers to that and opportunities within our organizations. And it is our onus to take that different career paths to the corners of Namibia and to make sure that information is firstly shared at school leaving age already around opportunities available. And for all, it will not be a B accounting degree, for example, but it can be a certificate in accounting as a start or as a catalyst to positive change. So in terms of my experience, where our focus is broadened from the CA route to also enlarge it to now, for the past 15 years, growing tax consultants in Namibia and successfully placing them with commercial banks as one example, or they have the opportunity to become entrepreneurs and start out their own tax consulting practice. Another example is we all want to employ with experience, but I've enlarged that focus so where internal firm support staff, my debtors, creditors, clerks, are recent graduates from UNEM and NUST, not hiring for experience. They embark on a 4-year training contract, and once they leave us, they have that experience on the CV. And within the finance space, for example, they would float between debtors, creditors, bank recon, fixed assets, and growing that exposure, and they're not in the CA route. So within our respective industries, we need to enlarge that thinking in terms of the direct but also the indirect career paths that we need to focus on and grow for the good of the country. Thank you.
Okay. I'll take the one on Matthew.
Yeah, please.
I'll take the one on Matthew Haikali on the football players. And yes, I echo the sentiments on Peter Shalulile. He's doing wonders in South Africa. I'm a passionate football lover. I've been involved in football all my life. Maybe we must take it a step back. But I agree with Matthew on one thing. Football players are at the end of the day, at the end of the value chain, and they are the victims of the poor administration. You know, we are not playing the home games of the brave warriors in Namibia, the NFAs in a constant debacle, if I can call it that. So I think we've lost so much trust from the corporate world in investing into football, although it will always remain our #1 national sport and worldwide. That will not change. That it's time for our leaders in football to maybe put their extractive motives a little bit into the back seat and maybe focus on investing. As businessmen, what do? We invest first and then we reap the profits. And I think in the football circles, with all due respect, you've been requested to be bold. I think it's sometimes the other way around. If we don't change that, our victims, the soccer players, that problem will not be solved. And we mustn't forget how much bread on a table our football players can potentially bring and how many dependents there are. So that is really compounding to our youth unemployment. So, Matthew, those are my words of wisdom.
Thank you very much. Just another round of applause for our working group speakers. Thank you. You may stand for your picture, yeah? Well, our next working group session is going to focus on skills development, workforce readiness. In fact, we finished that one. We are moving on to entrepreneurship, MSME growth, and youth development. As you know, a country with a population of, Chief, the head of state is here. You heard yesterday, we will fire you. Just give a round of applause to Mekonjo, who's been doing such a great job. Thank you very much, Mekonjo. Talking about entrepreneurship and MSME growth, also Mekonjo runs a very, very successful videography and photography firm, SME level, but he employs about 9 young Namibians. Yeah? I don't need to overemphasize the importance of this. 71% of Namibia's population is under 35, 60% under 30. It's a huge, huge, huge problem in as far as unemployment is concerned, but for industrialists, it's an opportunity. And I know that Lazarus Jacobs in particular loves talking about it. He sees it as a positive because we have a young workforce that can really grow this country. But to reflect on that, please give a warm round of applause to Roland Brown, as well as Lazarus Jacobs, that will speak to us on entrepreneurship, MSME growth, and youth development. A round of applause for them, please.
Your Excellency, Madam President, Deputy President, Right Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable Ministers, and a group that I think doesn't get the recognition that they deserve, which is the other members of the civil service, or the members of the civil service that dedicate their lives very unthankfully to Namibia, and I see many of them in the crowd, executive directors and similar. Thank you very much for your time today. I'm Roland Brown, and I'm joined by Lazarus Jacobs, my brother Lazarus. He's a senior youth entrepreneur. He claims he's 25, but that the stresses of entrepreneurship have made him look slightly older. It just so happens that I was taught by his first wife, so I know that's not completely true, but we won't deprive the man his story. I have a very interesting job today, in the sense that 10 years ago, giving these sorts of talks to these sorts of rooms was very different. Small businesses were the canary in the coal mine that I think gave the warning that things had turned perhaps not in the right direction. But today, I stand here, Group 8, and pretty much everything that I wanted to say has already been said by the big businesses. And this is incredibly refreshing because it means that I don't need to be the bearer of bad news. I can come and tell my jokes. And I think that this is perhaps long overdue. The other thing that I do just think when it comes to this is that There's a reason that the pastor stands up every Sunday. And repetition is not necessarily such a bad thing. And I think re-emphasizing much of what was said during the course of today and yesterday, I think is very valuable. Now, this working group is a very, very broad working group. It covers MSMEs, which is pretty much every business in the country, bar a handful in this room. It also covers entrepreneurs, and it also covers youth and how the youth fit into this. So, Madam President, I feel great sympathy for you having to deal with all of this multiplicity of views and opinions that you've heard, because just a week ago when we were putting this together, I experienced exactly the same from this very, very broad church of businesses and similar. We had people from pretty much every sector of the economy. We had youth, we had people from the various economic sectors, and every single one of them had different concerns. Every single one of them had specific issues that were challenging to them. We had people that were struggling with archaic transport legislation. We had people that were struggling with getting work permits. We had people that were struggling with getting water abstraction permits. We had somebody who said that the cost of parking in the center of Windhoek had done a number on their revenues. So we had a very broad swath of different issues that we had to deal with. And much like private sector more generally, but perhaps emphasized with entrepreneurs, this was an incredibly impatient group. This was not a group that was willing to have it take time to do the things that they wanted. It wasn't a group that was willing to be patient and come up with, extensive solutions that would take a long time. But I think that that's not such a bad thing. The other thing that I want to emphasize of what was said over the past couple of days is your own words, Madam President. Your words around job creation and the importance of job creation. And I think that this is the fundamental issue for Namibia. It is the single most important issue that the country faces. And I think private sector is 100% behind you, alongside you, in front of you, whatever you want when it comes to this issue. It is so important. And I think that private sector realizes that we can't do it alone. We also realize that government can't do it alone. And it's only with collaboration that we will manage to make these dreams come true. Now, over the past few days, we've heard from large businesses. We've heard from businesses as large as Shell, which are 15 times the size of Namibia's GDP. What we haven't heard from, though, is the small businesses. And these are the businesses that are not necessarily well spoken for and haven't been well spoken for in the past in these sorts of dialogues. And it's for that reason that I stepped away from the finance working group and stepped into this group, because I feel this group needs to be represented. Now, it's very complicated to speak for this group, and the reason for that is it's a group that includes this very broad scope of institutions or of enterprises, but it also includes enterprises that have not yet been born. And it also includes enterprises that have perished. So it's very difficult to get a mandate from those two groups. They don't, the yet to be born and the perished don't hand out mandates easily, it seems. But MSMEs represent something in the region of 90% of all of the businesses in Namibia. And for a large business to exist, a Namibian large business to exist, in all likelihood, it has to at some point be a small business. And it needs to grow from a small business to a larger business. My business is one such example. We employ 140 people. We've created these jobs during a time when the economy has been shrinking and when unemployment's been increasing. And we've facilitated the creation of more than 10,000 jobs through our various different pieces of work. And we know this space all too well as a result. We know that businesses are like a pyramid. We like to use this example of a pyramid when we try to discuss this. There's, at the top of that pyramid, highly profitable businesses, and there are very few of them. Many of them are in this room. There can only be one top taxpayer in the country. Underneath that, you have a few more very profitable but not as profitable. And as you keep working down that pyramid, you get less and less profitable, but more and more businesses. And because of that, the regulatory regime that we sit in has a disproportionately negative effect on those small businesses, those businesses that are just struggling to get by. The big companies, many of whom are my clients, will hate me for saying this, but they can stomach regulation. They can stomach high tax rates much more than the small businesses can. And if you think about it, and I like to challenge people to do this, the number of small businesses born in Namibia post-independence that have grown into large businesses are very few and far between. And there's a reason for that, and that's something that we'll try to discuss. The beauty of the situation, much like the situation around job creation generally, is that we are on the same page. Public sector and private sector are 100% on the same page. This is a bridge issue between private sector and public sector. The government has identified a number of small businesses and youth development programs, and it sits at the forefront of recent policy proposals. So the question at this point is not so much a question of, is this the right direction? The question is just, how do we do it? The public sector, as mentioned, is doing a lot already. There's a lot of institutional support. There's a lot of MSME focus. There's a huge amount of interest in this space from the public sector. The private sector is doing a lot as well, but there are challenges that we still face. These challenges are illustrated, I think, well in the report that Margaret presented yesterday, the IMD report. And in our engagement with the MSMEs last week and before, I think a key take-home was the fact that the report highlights these issues at a very high level, but it doesn't actually do the useful work of translating those high-level problems into real world solutions or even into granular, detailed problems. And that is exactly what we believe needs to be focused on and needs to be addressed going forward. I'll skip this slide if we don't mind. So the private sector, while we feel that we are doing a lot, while we feel that we do create a large number of jobs, Madam President, we also know that we can do a huge amount more. We can act quickly. I share an office with Frankie Fredericks, and he tells me I mustn't say we can be fast like Frankie, so we can be fast like Mboma. We can do a lot, and we can do it quickly. But, Madam President, you mentioned something yesterday that I think is incredibly important. There are real-world fiscal constraints. This is the study of economics, is the allocation of scarce resource. And there are real-world fiscal constraints. And those constraints aren't going to disappear in and of themselves. Namibia has the second highest tax revenue to GDP ratio in the world. So we're already extracting a huge amount out of our economy. The only way to improve our fiscal revenues sustainably over the long term is through growth, through more businesses, more enterprises, more employment, and similar. But here's the good news, Madam President. We as the private sector want to pay more tax. Not as an individual business, perhaps, but as a collective, we want to pay more tax. We want to grow. We want to create jobs. We want to contribute to the fiscus such that those that are left behind and have been left behind in the past don't remain left behind in the future. This is incredibly important to Namibia in general. In addition to that, we can localize. We can produce more goods and services domestically, and we can transform. The fact that there are so few businesses born post-independence that have grown to become big, successful businesses is one of our transformational problems. And if we incubate, if we help these businesses go from small businesses to large businesses, there is a huge amount more that we can do as private sector. But while we can do all of those things on the, what is it there, on your right, left, sorry, there are a number of things that we can't do. Small businesses especially can't navigate these very complicated environments with extensive red tape. And the cost of delays, as Mr. Namalenga mentioned, the cost of these delays is disproportionately high on small businesses. The cost of these administrative challenges of regulation is disproportionately high on small businesses, and similar. Now, my friend Tatipenda, who used to be with finance, he used to tease me about this. He said, Brown, you like those baby businesses, and you like crying like a baby about the problems of these baby businesses. I saw him yesterday, and I said, I'm going to bring that up tomorrow, because I believe that our president, the mother of the nation, understands that a crying business is something to listen to. But I don't like his analogy. I prefer to look at small businesses like fruit trees. We all know that when you plant a fruit tree, you cannot expect it to yield overnight. You have to invest in it. You need to water it. You need to fertilize it. You probably need to acquire it, find your land, etc., etc. And these small businesses can become the big businesses of tomorrow, but only if we nurture them, only if we take them through that difficult early phase and to the point where they can become highly productive and contributive to the economy. Now, I'm going to stop here for a moment, and I'm going to hand over to my elder, who will talk a little bit about our recommendations and proposed actions.
Your Excellency, Madam President, our First Gentleman, my brother, Comrade Ngurare, our Prime Minister, all ministers present here today, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lazarus Jacobs, and Mr. Hecht, I'm the cadre deployed. I will not take a lot of time because Roland and the previous speakers have covered quite a lot of things, but I want to concentrate on two things in my short presentation. The one is I want to give you a bit of background what we do, because it's linked to what we are discussing here today, and secondly, rights of an SME, of the SMEs in Namibia. Madam President, I represent a company called Paragon. Paragon is 21 years old. It's a homegrown Namibian company. We are, my business partner and I, we are serial entrepreneurs. Our company is in media, marketing, aviation, travel, retail, food production. Maybe I should stop here because somebody will say, you have too many things, you must give other people a chance. But we embody the Namibian entrepreneurial spirit, Madam President. Our company operates in 3 different countries, Namibia and 2 other African countries. And we employ about 300 people in our company. Now, every time I tell people that we're a company, a Namibian company that employs 300 people, and we normally get applauded. But not... No, that's exactly what I don't want you to do. Because if you look at the maths, our company is 21 years old. We employ about 300 people. It means that for the past 21 years, we've been employing 14 people per year. Now you see how the picture changes. Because now you have to ask yourself now as entrepreneurs, what is it that we are doing wrong that we are only employing 14 people per year? Where is the exponential growth? And these are some of the challenges we would like to talk about today. And Madam President, you really mentioned something which is very, very important. You said we have a poverty mentality in our country. And the poverty mentality as an entrepreneur, what I understand is we also have a poverty of ideas. And when we have a poverty mentality, we also have an attitude of being small. So our company, I don't know if we still qualify for an SME, and we are also not as large as Namibia Breweries Limited. So the challenge here is what it is that we need to do so that these SMEs can graduate to large corporations. Because Namibians cannot just be stuck in being, oh, we are proud, we have SMEs here, we've been operating for the 35 years. They need to graduate. Madam President, you mentioned a very interesting number, and that is, how do we create 500,000 jobs in Namibia? And I want to set a challenge for you, Madam President. You will not create 500,000 jobs without us, without entrepreneurs. You can never do that. It has never been done in the world. Namibia will not be the first country to do it. Now, in order for us to create those 500,000 jobs, Madam President, we need entrepreneurs in the room. We cannot have a situation where entrepreneurs are on the fringes when decisions are made about entrepreneurship in Namibia. And I'll give you an example. If you look at the parastatals, government-owned companies that are thriving, if you look at it, on many of these boards, or the parastatals that are doing well, it's not because you necessarily have good administrators. It's because you have entrepreneurs on that board. Because those entrepreneurs on the board understand what it takes to grow, to develop and grow a business. I want, he's probably going to not like this, but I'll put him on the spot. For example, our company operates in the aviation industry. The Namibia Airports Company is our client. The support us as Paragon gets from the Namibia Airports Company is unbelievable. You know why? Because you have Dr. Hangala on the board, who's an entrepreneur. So when we go to him and say, we want to develop the business that you've given us the opportunity, we want to develop it further, he encourages us to do it because he says, I know why you are doing it, because you want to grow your business and you want to employ more Namibians. So that, and I can give you so many examples. So, Madam President, when we move forward, please get entrepreneurs in those rooms. We will get to 500,000. Just invite us. And the other challenge that we face is the fact that it's always good, it always sounds politically correct and fine when you say, yeah, Namibia has SMEs and we have this youth fund and we've developed all these credit schemes, but they are not working. The statistics are very, very bad for small businesses, Madam President. According to the World Economic Forum, let me give you shocking statistics. According to the World Economic Forum, 70 to 80% of small businesses fail in their first 2 years. In Namibia, 70 to 80%. It means that if whoever starts a business, 70 to 80% of those, 2 years later, that business will not exist. I'm sure all of you have been invited to a grand opening of a business, and a year later, there's a grand closing. So there are specific challenges that we are facing. That's why we are there. So now I want to, as I conclude, I want to tell you this story. Madam President says 70% of our population is below the age of 35. Let me, when I spoke to this lady, I called her 2 days ago, and I said I'm going to give you this message, Madam President. So our company Paragon, as part of our corporate social responsibility, every year we do mentorship for youth. We travel all over the country. We give them classes on how to start a business and how they can grow their business. Now, I want to tell you the story of this one young lady. I promised that I'll tell you this story. So I met this lady. Her name is Seglinde. I was in the northern industrial area, and I went to buy something at Built It. And as I was there, I went to order some kapana as I was waiting for my building material. So I went over to this young lady, and I went to her and I said, so how much money do you make here? And she was a bit shy. She said, no, I can't tell you. I said, how long have you had this business? And she said to me, no, this is not my business. And I said, what do you mean? She said, no, I work for Mr. Viljoen. And I said, what do you mean? She said, no, I'm employed by Mr. Viljoen, me and those two other ladies that are sitting there. And I said, you are employed to buy meat for somebody? And she said, yes. And I said, why don't you start your own business? And she said to me, this country, you know, you want to start your business first, you have to get your papers correct, and then you have to wait 2 months before they register your business. And also, secondly, I don't have money, I just finished school. 2 years ago, where will I get money to start a business and so on. So, and I said to Siglinde, I said to her, Siglinde, you know what you need to do? Today's Friday. When Mr. Viljoen comes today, tell him you quit your job. She said, why? I said, I'll give you a job. She said, are you sure? I said, I'm 100. She said to me, look, 7 members of my family depend on this job that I have here. And I said, no, just resign. Here's my number, you can call me. Call me on Monday. So on Monday, she called me and she said, look, I'm here with my mother. I quit my job, now what? And I said, I'll come to you. I drove over to her and I found her at the very same spot that she was selling this meat. I said, okay, let's go. So we went to the stalls here at the so-called old single quarters. I bought her something, you know, the roaster to braai. And then from there, I took her to Meatco and I bought her meat. At Meatco, I bought her wood and I said, now you have a business, you can start your own business. So she couldn't believe it. And she said to me, no, I'm so grateful. I said, no, that is that simple. Now, there was around April that I met her, because she was even saying, yeah, you know, you people, big business, we always tell us the future is female. We have a female president. I'm sorry. I said, no, I'm going to tell our president that this is what I did for you. And she said, please do. 2 days ago when I spoke to her, she told me that she actually employs 3 other people. So, Madam President, as I conclude, the issue here is, when it comes to SMEs, I realize if you take the example of Siglinde, a lot of SMEs, these young people, the 70%, since it's almost elections, it's your constituency, the 70% of the youth, Madam President, have 3 issues. One is confidence. They lack confidence in the system. Because when you talk to them about the system, they're like, no. Secondly, startup capital. They don't have money. And it's so true. So we can't expect people who have a 40% unemployment rate to start a business with what money? The last thing is bureaucracy, the red tape. The amount of time for you to just start a business and operate a business. Countries like Rwanda, for example, we're going to get to the recommendations now. Countries like Rwanda, for example, you go to one building and you register everything. In Rwanda now, I think their record, I think you can register and start a business in 13 minutes. I don't know what is our recommendation right now. So, Madam President, I've realized that, as I conclude, I realized that we have this challenge in Namibia, which Bill Gates summed up properly. He said, you tend to overestimate what you can do in a year and underestimate what you can do in 10 years. And that is so relevant to Namibia. So, Madam President, I'll call Mr. Brown now so we can just quickly talk about the recommendations because our time is up. Thank you.
Okay, apologies, Ricardo, please forgive us. So we have made, Madam President, 4 recommendations. And the first one that you'll see there, I hope you see the whole thing. I see it's cut off a little bit. But the first one that you see there is really because of the breadth of this challenge and this working group that we're in. We feel we cannot do justice to the topic in the time that we had to prepare. And we actually need to go and do more detailed work on this. But ultimately, what we would like to do is we would like to give a detailed report on the specific issues that contribute to these challenges that we see with regards to competitiveness. And we would like this to be driven by private sector, not because it has to be driven by private sector, but because we feel that the people who experience these challenges, exactly the types of people that Laz has been talking about, need to be able to share their concerns, and it shouldn't be from a minister or something like this. It needs to be driven by the individuals that are affected by this. And ultimately, we want to make very specific recommendations about policy reform, not these general, please make the business climate better, but very specific recommendations, and also recommendations around how we can improve processes. So I think somebody made the point that one cannot do away with regulation. There's certainly some regulation, but generally speaking, there's good regulation that's needed. But there we need to make it efficient. So we want to make specific recommendations around how we can improve efficiency. And I'm sure a lot of this will involve digitization. Anything to add? Oh, okay. The second one comes out from everyone that we talk to is access to finance. But in this room full of people all complaining about access to finance, this one wants this fund, that one wants that fund, the next one wants another fund, a youth fund, a women fund, an entrepreneur fund. And when we said, doesn't this just sound like we need a development bank? There was silence in the room and then agreement. And I think we have to call a spade here. I definitely don't want to make the president angry, but we have to call a spade here, and the development bank is not performing. And we need to make sure that the development bank can actually support development. We have a lot of people who are left behind, who don't have access to funds, and we need to make sure that institutions like the Development Bank can do that. We also had a very seasoned investment professional in our team, and he suggested that in order to maximize the impact of the Youth Empowerment Fund, that they should consider using some of these elderly, very experienced investment professionals in that team as well, and they would be willing to contribute their time, much like the young chap from NamFarm, free of charge, to help to support the initiative because it's important. And then the third thing was small businesses pay, this is now changing hopefully in the new tax laws, but small businesses pay 1/3 of their profit, which is often not actually cash in the bank, as tax. So we can't talk about funding small businesses only to take money away from them as soon as they make their first few pennies in profit. The 20% that's being proposed now, I think, is a fantastic step in the right direction, but it's not the end goal. I think we need to have a much more progressive tax system for these smaller enterprises, and that's something else that we recommend here. And then the final one is a one-stop shop, but not the joke one-stop shop where everything goes there and then it stops. The genuine one-stop shop that enables businesses. Les, anything else? All right, so thank you very much. Madam President, we don't feel that Namibia has a crisis of employment. We feel that Namibia has a crisis of employers. And we think that if we can get these things right, and certainly we believe that we can, we believe your 500,000 job target might be a little bit on the low side. And we think that we can get this right. Madam President, your talks yesterday, opening and closing, your talk on Al Jazeera, your keynote at NEPAM recently, I think was absolutely music to the private sector ears, certainly music to my ears. However, we do note that the music is doing one thing, the dancing is maybe not quite in lockstep yet. We ask the question, how do we talk about job creation, reduce bureaucracy and non-racialism, as was done on Al Jazeera, when we have an empowerment policy hanging over us, a policy that introduces a lot of bureaucracy for small businesses and other businesses, a policy that doesn't focus on employment and upliftment, but actually focuses on race. We can't talk about non-racialism and have this at the forefront. We must uplift those left behind. Race is not the main criteria. Being left behind should be the main criteria. In addition to this, how do we speak of rural development? How do we speak of rural job creation when the swipe of a ministerial pen can enable Starlink in Namibia, and yet that swipe is not forthcoming? And how do we talk of agriculture as a priority when the complaints around access to water abstraction permits that can create hundreds of jobs are plentiful for the want of an executive stamp alone? Madam President, my last point here, the gap between where Namibia is and where we could be is very small. And I think private sector fully believes in your vision of creating a lot of jobs and wants to be part of that. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We were a little bit deliberate in giving this working group a little bit more time. As Nangula mentioned a bit earlier on, it's cross-cutting. Entrepreneurship really speaks to all the working groups that we've been referring to from yesterday until today. But nonetheless, we only have about, now I think we can spend maybe about 10 minutes or so because of the importance of the subject matter and take some questions. I see the queue is already started. Yes. There's also another mic here and another one on this end as well.
Thank you.
All right, let's start, please.
Thank you. Am I audible? Yes. Thank you. My question is very small. My name is Indongo. I'm from the education sector. I think in the NDP 6, we structure that are in the region for SME and incubation centers for our entrepreneurs. Maybe what are the strategies, particularly maybe to Lazarus? He's very much aware of this infrastructure, the SME parks, that are in the region under the Ministry of Trade and Industry managed by NIDA, but they seem not to serve the purpose that they were created for. Can you just perhaps give us some strategy on how we are going to repurpose this infrastructure to serve their purpose? Thank you.
Ms. Kamui? Go ahead. Yes.
Hi, my name is Frans Val. I'm from Nictus Holdings Limited. Thank you, Your Excellency, Madam President, for this opportunity and your leadership in engaging with us. I think a recurring concern from businesses is that of service delivery challenges, as we've heard, and that speaks to ease of doing business for entrepreneurs. This may be in part linked to civil servants who are also active entrepreneurs with side hustles. We applaud entrepreneurial spirit, but perhaps it's time to ask whether one can truly serve two masters. My question is, what measures can be introduced to ensure full commitment to public service, whether through clearer boundaries, stronger accountability, to step fully into the private sector where their talents can be utilized to create jobs?
Thank you very much. I think just to have order, let them finish on that microphone and then we'll move over to you here in front. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vogan Weiss from EduGame Namibia, and I was part of the working group that previously presented. So my focus is the innovation hubs, because what the innovation hubs present, they present an opportunity for startups and MSMEs to be supported in this space. So my question is, how do we incentivize them so that they lead to the formalization of businesses and also to the growth as well? Because I can say from my own personal case study that that's how we actually managed to grow and also employ 10 people by using games to educate. And that's a sector that cuts across a lot of different other sectors.
Thank you very much, Vogan. A round of applause to Vogan.
Good morning. Thank you, Ricardo. You know I always speak under 30 seconds. Thank you, Lazarus, for representing some of the mid-upper youth. Very straight question. I like the example you gave. One person can create 3 jobs, but currently we don't recognize this sole proprietorship. And we know to get money in this country, you need to be formalized. How can we address those many single, kapana sellers and even a taxi driver? How do we address their formalization to ensure that each person can create 1 or 2, 3 jobs? Then there, for the many different things I differ with Roland, but he's so spot on, 500,000 jobs will be too few.
Very, very, very important intervention there as well, and I think maybe our legal minds can also apply themselves. The sole proprietorship was really a huge disadvantage to the business owner himself because of the limited liability that's attached to it and how much you're getting exposed. But I'm sure that, Roland, please, if you can expound on that a little bit, the importance also of those business structures and how the protection comes in for the entrepreneur as well. We have that one last one before we come to the front. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Charity Mujon Phoenix, owner of IXO Global Management and Consulting Firm. I want to touch on one thing which I haven't heard in this, in this house since yesterday, why entrepreneurs really struggle, and it's because of compliance issues, specifically taxation. My colleague here just mentioned that he's teaching children robotics. Now, entrepreneurship doesn't start when you are 18 or 21. It starts at any age. If he can prove that he's teaching robotics to children, then my question is, why does taxation not start at an early stage? The reason we struggle to comply with tax is because we never understood it at an early stage, and now we are told pay tax, and we don't understand that. So if children can understand robotics, why can children not have taxation in school so that by the time they become entrepreneurs, whether it's at 4, then they know their obligations and how to calculate tax. Who said that taxation is only for big people or entrepreneurship is only for big people? I approached NIAD to ask whether they could include taxation into the curriculum. They said, no, children can't understand taxation. I leave it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me hold you back for one last moment. Hilda, can you probably just, since you're just 2 there, Mahilda, did you disappear? Okay, my brother, you can finish up and then we come to the front.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mine is just maybe just a request maybe for all of us to look into it as a country, because I was fortunate enough to have traveled to Kenya recently under the UNDP, thanking the UNDP team for an accelerator program. And there I managed to have learned some few things that really, and one of them is, as a country, Your Excellency, can we not at least try, if we can't do a 24-hour economy, at least until 12 midnight? Just as a request. Because indeed, because SMEs and young entrepreneurs, we don't have enough time to do business. Time and again, you see the city police coming and say, it's time to close. This is time to close. You're not allowed to do this, to do that. Can we at least, maybe, even just for 1 month, to try and at least run a 24-hour economy? Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. I don't know, maybe he's already gotten the oil and gas money, the buying power. We'll bring it back to the, I think let's give them a chance because we've had quite a number of contributions. Most of them were just comments. So, gentlemen, are you still up for the final round? And then we just close it off once more. Is that fine? Yeah? Okay, please.
Yeah. So are we on? Sorry.
Yeah, let them finish, and I think then you can. I think you have the capacity to.
Okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Cledora Imalwa. I'm the Managing Director of JRK Global Energy, a company that is in equipment supplies and rental solutions for the mining and oil and gas. I really needed to point that out as these 2 industries are highly capital intensive. So mine is really an ask, Madam President. I know the panel has said a lot of people are coming up with a different fund suggestion, but really mine is to ask if we could perhaps have like a guarantee fund, because once we do go to FID, once the industry of the oil and gas pronounce itself, we'll need to bring in a lot of equipment. And our commercial banks, they require collateral. I don't have land. So if we can have a guarantee fund that can give us support, obviously in collaboration with, probably with Development Bank, and then we can be able to service the industry. Because I know once we finalize the local content policy, there will be some services that will be put aside for local companies. And our youth fund currently, even looking at myself, I think next year I'm out of the youth bracket. So
you think, or are you sure? Yeah.
I'm sure I'm out of the youth bracket. So if we could have a guarantee fund that will cover everybody, not just women, not just SMEs, because also for the oil and gas industry, our traditional SMEs are ranked between, I think, 1,000 to 5 million. But if you look at the oil and gas, we need to redefine an SME, because we cannot say an SME in the oil and gas will be in that range. It will be more than that, like maybe 5 million is a contract.
Thank you, Cledora. A round of applause for her, please. Archie, please, under 30 seconds.
Thank you, Ricardo, for the opportunity. I'll try to make it as brief as possible. For those that know me, I do not like to sugarcoat things, but I would like at least to ensure that I make use of this platform so that Her Excellency can hear us.
Within the allocated time, Archie.
The first point, 3 points only. The first point, we've got a culture here in this country which has become predominantly very, very ugly. Most corporates in this country default from paying most of their SMEs on time. That culture needs to stop. We need to start building. And I think I will not expound a lot because I think Lazarus mentioned the fact that we would require a platform in itself for SMEs to build a lot of things. But for now, in terms of some of the short-term things that we could attain for now, we need to cultivate the culture of paying SMEs on time. I run a company, Space Dimensions Advertising. We've been around for 15 years. And for the 15 years that I've been around, I can tell you with proof, I can make examples of corporate companies that have been defaulting from paying companies on time. Pay companies on time so that they can run their things on time. Municipality requires us to pay them on time. Red Force will not leave you alone. They are constantly on my case. Mr. Shipanga, when are you going to pay your municipality bills? And I'm like, guys, I'm still waiting for my money. You've done work, but you're still waiting. So some of those small things are the ones that are already putting SMEs behind. Let that be resolved. Point number one.
Thank you very much, Archie. That's it. Thank you, Archie. 1 point per person or 30 seconds. Thank you, my brother.
Right, I'm going to try to keep mine under 30 seconds. Firstly, somebody mentioned from the previous presentation about the visa issuing for skills transfer. The question around that is, how do we monitor and evaluate and actually ensure that the expatriate that is brought here to transfer the skills actually does that, and it's not just done as a paper exercise? Secondly, maybe just a suggestion to the National Youth Fund, that we have measures in place so that every beneficiary gets support in terms of mentoring, as Mr. Lazarus rightfully said. The first 2 to 3 years of a business determines whether it dies or it grows. So also just support in regards of that. And then...
Thank you very much, my brother. 30 seconds are up, but we've got the 2 points there. Thank you, very, very important.
Good afternoon. My name is Helvi Hamkoshi, and I'm from Namibia Transport and Allied Workers Union. Thank you very much for an opportunity. Mine is just a concern because we have a challenge when it comes to the workers who are employed under the small and medium enterprises when it comes to labor law compliance. Most of the workers' rights are being violated under the small and medium enterprises. I just want to find out from the committee that we're presenting what are they doing to just make sure that the right of workers are respected and also work together with the union. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Final point, Heinrich, please keep it very short, and then we close off the Q&A.
Thank you very much. My name is Heinrich Hafeni, the founder of Hafeni Tourism Group. I want to give a contribution. Namibia has 121 constituencies, and there are economic fighters from the different. And can the government focus and identify who are these economic fighters? Because they create jobs, but they are overlooked at sometimes. So I want us to focus on those in the different sectors across the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And I think it just shows the amount of questions that you're getting, how important this particular topic is, and why we had to give them a little bit more time than everybody else. But nonetheless, we could open it up, and we'll stay the whole afternoon in here. So I'll bring it back to the floor. Thank you so much. A round of applause for all the questions. These 2 people came after we had closed off here already. Let me ask Her Excellency, do we allow the additional 2? I said, let me ask Her Excellency. All right, we'll give you the platform. That's the challenge. Okay, we're closing it off. 2 and nothing else. Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Ma'am, good afternoon. Good afternoon, my mothers, my fathers. Ooh. Yes.
The 30 seconds. Can we use the 30 seconds, please?
No, the trauma. Ricardo, the trauma. I want to make a proposal. Her Excellency, my leaders, my sisters, my aunties, everyone in this room. The reason why this topic is so heavy, why it's so pregnant, is because it will haunt us for the rest of our lives until we become jikiti and we deal with it SME development and entrepreneurship is not a haphazard thing. I want to latch into my brother who offered yesterday to do some voluntary donation to the government or to the presidency. Mehekulu, our leaders, I offer today to be your interim mother of entrepreneurship. This thing is serious. You cannot deal with SME development, entrepreneurship, because you suddenly have an unemployment pocket there. It is a science. It is a serious national development agenda. In fact, if you have anything in this country now, we are dealing with broken and lost potential. And I am a representation of lost potential, lost dreams. Our people are discouraged, they are despondent, they are depressed, and they are no longer innovative. They are no longer energetic. As a last one, I know you look at me, my brother, I respect you, is to DBN. Meshafood has stepped out. My plea, let us pause. You know, if your house is on fire, why would you continue to build a back room? You pause, and you take a fire extinguisher, and you deal with the fire permanently, and then you continue to build. Let us put a moratorium on DBN, pause the loans.
We can't do that, Metabe. Thank you very much. Round of applause for her, please. Very brief, my brother. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ricardo. I will be short because the previous speaker almost say what I wanted to say. My point is that creating of 500 jobs is not coming as easy as it is if we don't have access to finance as the SMEs. And I think the main point is there that, Madam President, we want you to help us to have access to finance. That's the bottom line. Then we can create jobs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, quite a mouthful there, but I'm pretty sure there are only 2-3 questions that probably deserve a response there. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much, Ricardo. And Madam President, I just want to address 2 issues. The first thing is, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, this speaks to funding and looking after the youth. I want to plead with you that can we not be bureaucratic about this youth fund? Okay, so we need to get, once again, people who understand business, who appreciate business, to manage that fund. We cannot have bureaucrats managing that fund. Because you need to have people who understand what business is, what it takes, the pain that you can hear. And Twapeo is talking about trauma that she has. The pain that you have is the pain of funding, but we can get it right. Some of us will volunteer our services for free to help you achieve that goal. Because if you have 70% of people under the age of 35 with 40% unemployment, it's a crisis for all of us. It's not a government's crisis. And we all should work together to make sure that that is done. The second thing, and the first question the gentleman asked me was, this repurposing infrastructure. You know, every entrepreneur here will tell you an office in a boardroom and all that is the last thing they need. An entrepreneur, the basic thing an entrepreneur needs is capital and access to market. That's it. So I think government can actually repurpose some of these things through the youth fund, but the problem is when you repurpose some of this infrastructure, it gets caught up in bureaucracy. So you end up with all these buildings that are taking up a lot of money, but nothing tangible is coming out of it. I'm more interested in how many entrepreneurs successfully are we creating in each region and how many businesses are making it past 2 years. That's what I'm interested in. So,
thank you very much. I think there's many comments and questions that basically just take us back to our first 2 recommendations. And I think that this is really what we need to focus on for entrepreneurs and the small businesses they create and grow. The first one is we need to look at how we can remove all of these challenges that cost businesses time and cost them money. And there's many examples of that from the questions and comments. And the second one is we need to look how our development finance institution the one Namibian Development Finance Institution, can be rebuilt and repurposed so that it actually does the enormous good that it could do for things like access to finance for entrepreneurs, for things like pre and post fund flow support. Pre-fund flow support, incredibly important. Post-fund flow support, incredibly important. But this should all be done under this institution. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We need to fix the portions of the wheel that aren't quite right. And I think that there isn't actually, you can see exactly how many comments, how many questions, how wide the scope of concerns are. The only way that we can address this, I think, is by doing very focused work on this broad scope of problems and looking at very specific solutions.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for our working group. Well, this is perhaps we need another 2 days just to focus on this particular working group, but the importance of that cannot be understated because of the targets that we have set ourselves and the importance of youth development. The next working group is on finance of priority development and investment projects. Can you please take the picture there? What we'll do now is break for lunch. We've got additional 30-40 minutes or so in the afternoon. So what we'll do is break for lunch. And when we come back after lunch, then we'll get into the financing of priority development or investment projects session with Josephat Motetele and Ms. Dangos Jimmy. The time is about 1:20 now. So we'll be back at exactly 2 o'clock here in the room. So at 2:05, we start with the program. 2 o'clock, we are back here. So that 2:05, we start with the program. Thank you very much. Can we please stand for the president to exit the room before the rest of us follow? Thank you.